You?
Yep. Down.
I tried to hit him, but they couldn't really do
fine.
much.
He's down.
He just Aegis that, so his Aegis should be down. All right. Once you come up here, I need it back.
Alright, you're good.
All right. Let's do some of that, and then. I got 30 seconds for my ult. And I'm going into cooldown. Chronos pendant, so.
I have my heart back. Help him.
What? Oh my goodness. I have no idea how the fuck he got me. Like, King Arthur was standing in between me and his rap, and he wrapped me up. There you go, Jo. If you hit him with your ultimate, you might be able to kill him.
They're gonna get bull. I know. Yep,
It's
there
fine,
we
it's
got it.
fine. It's fine. We'll just ward. There we go. We have vision on that whole side, so.
Uh-huh. I'm not gonna make it up there. Good shit. Fuck. I need a.
Did you see that shit? He just hit me for like 600. Like, how?
Lupus is up.
Mic on.
You guys having a tough time there?
Almost done.
Oh.
Mic off.
Fuck. Oh, I hit the wrong beat.
Yeah, this game is fucking done.
Yep.
He just got so fucking fed. And like the King Arthur, like, you should have built fucking Pestilence before your hammer. Like, he was just so fucking fed.
Alright, Trix, you better be ready. Are you PCing or console?
Mic on.
Oh, I know, but
Yeah,
you
it
just
don't
can't
matter.
play ranked.
We wreck fucking everyone.
I know, you just can't play rank. Okay.
Why can't you play
That's all
rank?
good. You can't play rank crossplay.
Why not?
They don't let you. You have to be on the same input device.
Are you sure?
Just because, yeah, I'm
Have you
positive.
tried it?
I tried it. It takes it away completely. Trust me, I play with Trix plenty of times.
All
to
right,
know
well
that.
let's just try it then.
It won't even pop up. But it's fine.
Okay,
Just
no,
play
but we can
regular.
add them, and if we don't have to play it, then we can just play normal Joust, and like we have to play like
Yeah.
ranked.
Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, it won't be on there. But it's fine.
All
either
right.
way.
Well, what I'm saying is you add him. Well, I can't
Yeah,
even
remember,
see
they-
everything's
they
live
don't-
because.
Okay, well,
I'm
it'll
not the
disappear
part of it.
completely. When you hit play,
All right,
it
so
won't
just
even-
add him to the party. I'm looking at the rank
did.
screen, and I'll see it go away.
Okay, you'll see it, and plus because you got.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
It's unfair for rank and keyboard and mouse versus controller and shit like that, so they just take rank completely. Some games are like that.
Right, but rank conquest is not.
Rank
Makes
completely
no fucking
is
sense.
taken. Rank completely is taken away with crossplay.
Oh, I get what you're saying. All right, well, add him to the party, and then we'll see. I'll see.
Okay.
Not we'll
okay,
see.
we will. We will. I've been adding him like 20 times, but he's just not accepting.
Bro, hold on. I've got nothing.
All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Oh wait, I gotta invite you from the fucking.
Yeah.
I forget about that. This is crossplay. I gotta invite you from.
There you go. See?
Yeah,
Look
I
at
forgot.
you.
I can't invite you from Xbox. I gotta invite you from Smite.
Yeah.
You see, rank is gone.
What is this new
Actually, no,
character?
Actually, it's letting me choose rank.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's weird.
Young Daddy, I think you were just too much on that C4 every time you play. Now that you're sober, now you
No,
see
I'm
things
telling
clearly.
you. Look, see, I'm clicking it and it's not letting me queue.
Ah.
Click it, it says nothing. Yeah, it doesn't let me queue.
You go grab me a drink.
You better accept it, bitch.
I already did.
Gonzo gonna make it?
It's tonight. What does he normally play?
He plays
He plays waiting.
I just picked what he plays.
Picks Anubis. That's what you're playing.
Now he usually picks he'll pick whatever. He usually picks usually typically picks mage or
Alright.
hunter, but he'll sometimes play
Yeah, I'll
guardian or
fill.
warrior.
I'll fill.
He doesn't care.
I don't care. I play it all. You know what I'm saying?
hear
You know what I'm
that?
saying?
He
I'll
said
give
he-
you fucking Naja support. You ever seen
Who?
fucking Ratatasker support? Yeah, me neither.
What we got? Mage, Gonzo? You want to fill, or are you sure you want something you want to play?
Yeah, I'll fill. I'll fill. Might hit him with a little bit of. I don't know. I really don't.
Oh my god, they changed the character menu. All right, I'll
Hurry up, man! 10 seconds.
yeah, I'll go warrior. It's fine.
All right, Gonzo, he's warrior.
You're about to see
Pick.
my Cupid lightweight, baby. Okay.
Ooh, look at that bodybuilder.
Okay.
All right. Pretty stacked comp.
All right, who up again? Athena, Lucer, and Hebu.
Ooh, heavy hitters, man. Careful.
Hebu.
Yeah, all of them.
What? All
Eh.
what?
Athena pulls you in. Hebu swallows you in his
Yeah.
water. Medusa.
But
Freezing
Athena,
pose-
Athena was nerfed, so. She's
Oh,
not-
she was?
Yeah, so she was like nerfed like months ago.
Yeah. I haven't played like you.
They changed her moves all up
Beauty's on
completely.
the inside? Ha! That's just something ugly guys
It doesn't matter.
say.
Her just
I
being
know.
able to fucking taunt you in, like, at will, is disgusting.
Yeah, cause let her team do the work.
Right, exactly.
Like it's not even the fact that she makes you hit your own teammate or whatever. It's or you hit her, but it's just a hey, come here and let Medusa petrify you, and hey, come here and you know.
Hello?
Gains on gains.
Yeah, let's go.
Hello? Hello?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Mic off.
Yo yo yo, what's up, Jay? What's going on, bro? How are you? Solid. What's up? Oh my
I
gosh.
got Medusa over here.
Wow, really? Really? Wow, Tricks by handing out the retro coins already.
Oh, I forgot I'm not playing as Scylla. I legitimately...
Oh my gosh.
They're pushing.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm building up my stack fast real quick. What the fuck is that? Oh, combo.
Yep.
Good shit. I got the red buff. She's stunned. She's stunned. Okay,
We're gonna retreat.
Maybe it wasn't a stun. We have beat that. I'm not 100% sure.
Alright, I'm gonna go get my. I'm actually gonna try to push
Hey,
this.
wait a minute. Battle ready.
Ooh,
Oh man, that heart
Mic
bomb.
on.
so close, bro. People's coming.
Oh, they're coming.
Alright.
I'll drop you some health over the wall. No, you gotta get
Oh, Daddy, what are you doing?
I'm going.
Oh, Daddy, run!
An ally has
Uh.
been slain. Wanting
Oh shit, they're coming for you, bro. Watch that right.
more. An enemy has been
And
slain.
don't give up.
Big money!
I almost had their blue too. Say, I didn't know they were pushing that around.
I didn't know you were going for the blue. I would have went with you and could have got it.
I said I was.
Oh gosh, look at those slabs. You're about to delete last year. Oh, Jay, I heard there was a patch
Big wave, big
and like some fixes that were needed, bro. I got something with Amazon or something. Like, really? I'm not buying that. Just wait, bro. Wait for it to get better.
Hold these up. Medusa has hers up as well.
That sounds really good, Solid. Sounds really good, bro. Their matchmaking, yeah, for what I've so I heard.
Get it up! Big wave, big gains.
Big weight, big gains.
You're hurt.
Okay.
I'll rep you later, dude.
I don't advise on Medusa.
No, they're all.
Yep.
You don't have eyes.
Dropping more health. I didn't see her.
Yeah, that's what I was reading, bro. So I was reading on the Discord
Don't have me.
about that.
My ulti.
What happened to the music? Did the music seriously just stop? Oh shoot, hold on, guys.
She's stunned. Medusa's stunned. Medusa's stunned. Alright, ulti down. Ulti down.
An enemy has been slain.
I believe in you.
Grab.
Nice, nice.
An ally has been
Yeah.
slain. Double kill.
She hit me with my ult. Or with her ult.
Triple kill.
Hard hitter.
Killing spree.
Mic on.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't think you guys were gonna go down. I tried to take the hits for you, yeah.
I got Medina.
Like she
No,
turned the
Medusa.
corner this
Oh.
time and hit it. She hit the
Mic off.
fucking.
I shoulda-
like on the money.
Not pulled in like that, guys, but it's all good.
The ball was wrapped up. I was like making my way towards him, and the next thing you know, I was dead. Gosh, your ult is ult up, right? Alright, I think we try and push this.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy
Got
has
There you
been
go.
slain.
Good body block.
Yeah. Sorry you had to go through that, bro. I mean, but you don't think about it. At least you didn't have to buy it this time around. You know, you bought it. Yeah, the music ain't working, guys. Hold on, what the heck happened to the music?
She's stunned. She's stunned, Josh.
I'm not gonna be able to get that DPS.
Let's get you
out.
guys
My
some
thing-
songs here.
I don't know if your abilities were up. If you would have
Alright.
dropped one, she would have died.
All
Yeah.
right, let's try this again.
Lag.
Shoot, you know what I realized?
I'm dropping back a little bit, gonna heal up from my heart.
Mm,
Josh, let me know when you're doing stuff. Don't use it. Cause I can, if I hit him with my thing and I stun him, then we can just keep that streak going.
I get it.
There we go. There we go.
Baby! An ally has been slain.
What the? And he's going. I'm probably gonna just.
I got my ult too.
An ally has been slain. Big
Oh, that's
Your
easy.
middle tower
Why is
is
she-
under attack.
they are pushing hardcore, y'all.
Mic on.
Cupid, you want to get me some hearts?
Okay, you
Building stacks.
okay?
This is all alone.
Stacks too, Josh.
Mic off.
Look at those parts though, guys. Yeah, it's like playing a beta game. Yeah.
Nice.
Well,
Oh shit!
Yep,
I was
they're all
about to
here.
dash in, but they were all right there in front of me.
oh my gosh, Andreas, thank you for those. I really appreciate it, big time.
Yeah.
I know blue's up. I'm taking it.
I'm gonna type
I'll come
this.
back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All right,
I'm
guys.
Medusa, she's getting.
Oh yeah, that Bleeding Edge game is back again with a beta test. Bleeding Edge. Oh, why do I think you were talking about Mirror's Edge? I had the Mirror's Edge come out the map, but it didn't take long for them to add voice back into the game. Well, they had to, bro. Without voice, it'd be kind of like, oh, oh, huh?
Alright, I'll take that.
I'm not gonna be able to catch up.
Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
He doesn't have anti. Nobody has anti here yet, Josh. So you should be able to heal off the creeps.
Yeah, problem is, where was Trick at when I was pushing there, right? I needed you.
Mic on.
Well, we took 2 out of the lane. And then Athena was coming in. Make sure we don't get ganked up here.
Machine is taken,
Hear me.
bros.
Okay, okay. Be safe though, bro.
Athena's getting pulled in.
Yeah, but you're right there, bro.
Weaken her health there. There you go.
His ultimate's down. How about just use his ultimate? And Medusa is fucking swinging. Like she ate her Wheaties this morning, boys.
Oh, yes, she did.
Big money.
She's
wow.
hitting hard.
Yeah, well, I just...
But not close.
Mic off.
Yeah, I do like the gameplay now, but I wish they didn't have so many matchmaking issues. Yeah, so I guess there was like a forever loading screen or whatever for people.
Killing spree.
Mic on.
I gotta pull back, guys.
We're good, we're good.
Oh man, life.
Mic off.
Let's get a few items here, guys, and then we're gonna get right back in there. We're gonna finish this off with this build. And then let's go ahead and do some of this,
We're good.
you know? Oh
Josh,
gosh.
I'm building stacks, bro.
Me too.
After the patch, I got to play one match, and now I can't get anything. So it's even worse? Really? It's gotten worse. Oh,
Stuck over here. I'm stuck. I'm fucked.
watch that left, man. I'm coming for you. Don't worry.
Hey, can you help me over here?
Here.
Oh, somebody just started up.
Watch it, they're coming.
They're fine. I don't think they're that smart. Hey, I'm gonna go around the back. Looking at the table.
Yep.
Oh, I was gonna say focus the Hebo.
Watch that Hebo. Oh, 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 oh.
He's gonna get stunned off of that.
Nope.
Okay,
he did
maybe
it.
not.
Tree back.
Oh, you lucky son of a mofo. Biscuits, gravies, and cheesecake.
He's back in lane.
Did he get it? He just probably moved out of it, huh?
Yeah,
Medusa's
he's...
up too. Alright, I'm a hard back.
Mic off.
All right, let's see what's going on here with Jay, though. Did you find the McDonald's OBS? The McDonald's OBS? Right.
I'll get,
What am I gonna do, guys? Oh,
Back here, quick.
Mic on.
really, young daddy? That Xbox aim, bro. Come on, man. You should have landed that basic attack.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, watch your left. That's okay. They're pushed back. Oh, nice, Cupid. I see you. I'm coming back. Oh, oh, oh.
Nope, definitely not.
Oh! Wait, why did I think Athena was young daddy? Oh my god. Why did I go in?
Mic off.
Ah, you're good. You're good. Wait, why did the sound cut out when I minimize like that? I don't like that. That's not good. How do I fix that? Settings. Hold on. Audio. I don't know. I don't know why it does that. It shouldn't really be doing it though.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Fire it up, guys. Fire it up. Wow! Wow!
With that pole. Pretty bad.
I need to shave. Bad. Like bad, bad. Oh yeah. You know what I need to do though? I don't know what I need to do, but solid. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate it, big time. Sorry, your text is bad, but me. What? What is going on? Yo, so how's everybody doing today, guys? How was your guys' how was everybody's weekend? Did you guys like my
I'm done building.
for those that are loyal and active and our regulars here, how'd you guys like my McDonald's Wi-Fi? Streaming them ad was not a good idea. Not a good idea, let me tell you.
Big money!
Oh! Wow. Okay, Hebu. Okay. Cold as hell. Yeah, it was cold.
Medusa away.
This is basically what I get when I
No, she dashed.
try to get a match. I'm gonna check that out in a second.
Because I was like, you pulled her in and I strapped her.
We pull back
go.
here.
She got pulled away.
She's stunned. She's gonna be stunned.
Ooh, wee!
Hey, get the hot one.
I missed.
Hit it! Don't stop now!
My health is low. My stream act up earlier? Yeah, it did. I just stopped, bro. My internet company.
They're going for
Here's the thing about my internet company. It works better at night,
Alright, I'm gonna go.
not during the day.
No, they're not.
Daytime, I get like crap internet service because like everybody in the neighborhood's using it, so I get like worst internet I've ever. It's so like annoying. I don't know what to go with here.
You can get disconnected.
bro.
Oh, I'm backing real quick. Gonna get my fail now.
Yeah.
Trigger boy.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Right. Very true, guys. Very true.
Watch left. She's pulling. She's by damage. Athena. Nice, she's back up. Who's left?
Get it up! Enemy has been slain.
Ooh.
Mic on.
Come on, Anubis. You should have got that kill, bro. You missed your whole
Bro,
ultimate.
When you throw him over, like you lunge at him and you pull him away. I had a perfect.
But it don't matter. Anubis is ult, bro. You should be able to just like turn like this, like real quick, bro. Like no problem. What's wrong with you, bro?
I just turned pretty quick, bro. You good over there?
I'm just messing with you, bro. Ooh.
Oh, dude, you got me again, bro.
I got you. Oh. Oh.
Stand with me.
I gotta remember that you do that dash. I gotta stop that.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's like Apex, bro. You just play for a little while, you'll get used to it.
Yeah, exactly. No, cause you throw him at me, and I'm like, this is perfect. And I throw my
Oh!
and then you dash at him and push him further away.
Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm building stacks.
What? What is that? What the heck just happened? I'm confused at what just happened just now. Oh my god, Solid, did you just subscribe to tier 3? What? Oh my god!
Excuse me.
What did you do, bro?
Once that fail now goes
I haven't had. Wow, yo, guys, go check out Solid, please. Yo, where my mods at? Mods, go ahead and do a exclamation mark caster for Solid. Most of you guys already know who Solid is, though. But you know, for those that are here just lurking it up, guys, follow Solid, guys. Give him some offline follows if you can.
We can push.
Solid, I appreciate it, bro. Oh my gosh. What? G or J, you forgot the D, bro.
One more rep.
Take action.
An enemy has
How did you forget the D, bro?
Fuck, I missed it.
Oh no! No, it never works for you. I know you forgot the D. No. Yo, Solid, you actually get a few more extra things. Not so much like sound commands and stuff, but you get like more retro coins now for being here.
Probably didn't.
Oh shoot!
Way to fucking see my kill.
Look at that Deathmark game you've been playing, though, bro. How is that game? Do you like it though? Like, is it any good?
I'm just gonna focus the tower, not with you. We're by you guys.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'll just drop a normal ward here.
Now you got it. There you go. Now you got it, guys. There you go. Solid killing it though, bro. Where's my activity log? Yes, you did tier 3. Oh my god, that is insane. I think you're my only tier 3 right now, Solid. Yo, thanks for the love, bro.
Building health.
Jay's just mad at last year right now. Oh gosh.
Hey.
Bro, it's DC aim. I thought you would have had it. Oh
Ally
shit.
has been slain.
Gee.
He's a hard hitter.
Mic on.
Let me tell you something though, young daddy. If you would have thrown your like ground ability, let them soak up all that damage around you, your life still would have saved you for 1. For 2, man, we got ganked hard, bro.
For 1, yeah.
Middle tower
For 1, I didn't have my ground.
Poor Cupid.
killing spree.
Oh.
So I belly wrapped him and I
Yeah, you gotta work on that aim, bro.
What do you mean my aim?
They
My
popped
aim's
their
on
frenzy.
point.
They popped their frenzy. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, you guys are enough.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Try it. So what is Deathmark though? Like, what is it, guys? I don't know what it is. I'll have to look into it. And Jay, I gotta look at that link you posted. Hold on, give me a sec.
Athena, you better
What-
back
what-
up.
What you keep doing though?
better-
You keep pulling Athena.
Oh, you just stuck. Oh yeah, that's an Amazon game issue. But you're still having that problem though?
Athena,
Huh.
fucking, she eats my damage.
Athena's light work.
She's
Where the heck is my
defense?
Sick. Yo, let's get some boots, yo. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, after they installed the update, now you're having that problems? Wow.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Hey, I'm just gonna wait in Fountain for like 100 more gold because I need a toxic blade.
I'll rep you later, dude.
Let's clear this up right now, guys.
Alright, boys, I'm back.
Okay, okay.
I'm up here with you.
Deathmark.
Toxic blade. Everything's all set. Oh, nice. Nice, like. I wonder how many wards they have out.
Oh, you haven't done killer, so but you just can't get a match as a survivor? Is that what you're saying right now?
I just got a raid. My axes are down a little bit, but there we go. That's what I like to see. She's gonna get stunned. Yes, you can have a good stuff. Oh, come on, Pablo.
He's the only one left.
Hard
Big
hitter. Hard hitter.
Big money. You have slain.
There you go.
Woo!
Mic on.
Yo, why do I feel like Young Daddy was cringing at the edge of his seat? Like, Tricks don't got this. I could.
He just knows. He's a hater.
Yeah, right? Oh my gosh. Yo, Solid, you got all the emotes right now, dude. You got all of them, bro.
Get it up.
You might want to retreat back, bro. With your underwear.
Right. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Killer Instinct. Oh, Killer Instinct. Killer instantly goes into lobby but never finds any survivors.
Right.
Wow, that sucks, bro. Like, but.
Hey, he's going to the beach.
Right, Solid? Yo.
Mic on.
I don't know, bro. I'm trying to play the game, bro, but I can't get over the fact of like how tight my workout underwear is, you know?
What?
Yeah, Hercules, bro. Here, come look at my buns. I'll show you. Look at them buns, bro.
Look, you wanna see what I look at? Look.
Calling me, man.
Oh, look. This is what happens when I look at your buns. Ready? Look. Here you go.
Oh, hey, okay. I thought you were gonna do it. I thought you were gonna do the one emo where he like starts humping the air, like straight to the heart. I'm so. Ooh, watch that right. Here comes Athena.
She's coming.
I'm pushing her. Oh,
You missed.
yes, I did. I miss hardcore. Well,
I mean, she has a pretty big body.
right.
So, like,
Something about her hips. It kind of bounced off.
Mic off.
I know, right? Oh my God, Minecraft,
My blue's about
Was-
to come up. I'm about to go get that.
dude.
Plane now.
I don't know,
Athena's
guys.
like right here.
The struggle is real. Let me just say it that way. So I had to take my car into the shop today, right? So for like my car alarm's acting retarded. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that word. It's acting derpity derp, so I have to go get it worked on.
Okay.
So they're working on it.
Hold on.
You know, because I spent like a lot of money on that alarm. So I'm like, hey, you guys need to fix this. I got warranty anyway.
Because you're playing like so far back. Oh, I think they see me.
Yeah, they're scared. We gotta try to see if I can actually drag it out. Yeah, you should be able to, bro.
Like, where the fuck's Cupid?
Should be able to, man.
This machine is taking bros.
Right, yo, guys,
Hey, I'll be right back.
Solid killing it, bro.
I'm gonna get some stuff.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Like, dude,
Think I can solo?
I know I said thank you enough already, but you guys have no idea how much like.
Big wings, big gains. Lightweight, baby.
Just be careful that I don't want them to.
Mic
take
on.
full.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna try to go for that. Nope, nope.
Oh, they're still here. They're trying to bait us.
Alright, I
Watch
got.
that left. I got Frost Hammer. I'm gonna slow her down.
She's gonna get
There you go. Get her. Oh,
Oh, they did get
Money.
I believe in you.
watch it, Hebrew.
Yeah. We gotta look at one guy.
He's after me, but I got speed boots. Don't worry.
I got Medusa.
An ally has been slain.
How did my Aegis not go
Let
off?
the waters run.
But watch that left.
This, oh my god.
Oh, young daddy. Oh, I want to help you, but
I missed.
my health is low too. Ooh.
I missed. I missed.
Oh yeah, he's been missing all night though. Come on, Gonzo, you should know this.
Oh, get out of here. Watch tower, bro.
I can't, bro.
Phoenix, you don't let him take Phoenix?
Yeah, let him take it, bro.
I'm not gonna let him fucking take that shit.
No, you're not gonna let him, bro.
Oh, fuck that shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Not cool.
Not cool.
Wear gloves to the gym, bro.
This is so weird. I'm like double microphoned. I like these mics, bro. This new headset I got, like, I just literally slide the mic up to mute it. I don't have to like press a button and find out where the hell it is. Like, I like it.
Get it up.
I think Corsair went a really nice route with it. And then I get to choose like stereo or surround. I get the option of choosing. Okay, it looks like they're ganking right.
Down. Damage is down.
Where's Cupid? You want to Cupid?
Okay, he might not make it. You can
Yeah, you're right. I'll grab it. Can't find the red balls. There we go.
Alright, I'm taking blue.
Oh man.
Mic off.
Yeah, but like right now I'm muted to party. Like they can't hear me, so I love it. Actually, it didn't cost that much.
Dude,
Yeah,
is it
don't worry,
right?
guys. I'll clean out all these wards. Call me the ward RoboCop. I don't know where Hob was at.
I don't. He's the only one.
Um,
Yeah.
Oh,
I-
Medusa's stunned. Medusa's stunned. Oh, Medusa's gonna be ready.
What? What?
You thought you were gonna get away?
Lightweight, baby.
Oh, I'm chasing this so hard.
Oh.
Chasing this so hard.
I'm
Come
coming.
here, come here, come here. I don't need you. I don't need you. Get out of here.
Tree.
I saved you, bro. I
No,
saved you.
you
on.
didn't. I was gonna slaughter all of them.
Right. The Astra 840. Yeah, those are pretty good for consoles.
They don't call him.
But like right now, like when I play my Xbox games, I just play my games. I hear the audio on my PC anyway, so I don't even like my headphones can hear my Xbox audio. I don't even need the. I don't even wear my Xbox headphones really.
We're ready for fucking rank. We would be a non-stop
GG.
loser.
Hmm.
Bro, you're
stop
9
winning.
and 7.
I know.
Way too many deaths.
Oh, don't go.
Mic on.
I mean, if you guys want, do you want me to turn it on Xbox? I mean,
I don't care, bro. You're fine.
I'm perfect. It's fine. Playing ranked is no different than playing fucking custom now.
Yeah.
it's not. Like honestly, I don't do rank solo. Like I play with a group because people
Yeah,
get
you
like
get-
butthurt.
Well, not even that. You get like some people that don't even know how to play rank, and that's annoying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I never understood that much. Like you click
Yeah,
rank.
this coming from you, Josh.
Bro, I'm 9 and 7. I'm one more kill than you. Come on. Come on.
Bro, you really just said kills.
What?
No.
I had 11 kills that game. I think you're talking about.
No, I said I have one more kill than you.
Mic off.
Or I
Yeah,
have
but
no
the Astros are really good.
more death.
Did you get the one that came with the mixer? Solid. That's like really much needed, bro. It's good to change the
Yeah.
equalizer on your headphones and stuff. But really, most of the headphones you don't. You got software anyway to do all that for the most part.
Won't believe
I
it.
just backed out so I could start the next match.
Oh.
Really, Jay? You invited me to play last year. I just got that,
You
dude.
have 5 seconds.
You would do that. Jay would do that. Wow. Jay, you're mean for that one. Wow, Jay. Jay does what I do. For real. Like, I be doing that too. It's so hilarious. Make people mad. Like, hey, play this game. You're like, I don't have it. They're like, yeah, I know.
It's a go.
had a Joju once.
Bill's coming down good.
It's like, Trent, feel this pain with me, bro.
94.
Feel this pain with me.
Supposed to get like what, 2 to 3?
Surround off. Surround on. Mic on.
All right, so what are you guys doing? Gonzo, hello, hey, hi. I'll let Gonzo play pick this time because I picked last time. Gonzo!
Yeah.
Oh, what do you want to play, bro? It's your
He's
turn.
gonna go fucking thing. I hate when he does that shit.
What?
Are you... Cause you go fucking like Bakasura, like.
Here, I'll play it smart. I'll just go Guardian because you're probably gonna go like Hunter or Warrior, right?
I don't know.
He's gonna go mate. He probably should go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mage. I didn't even think about that. Okay, yeah. So I'll go Guardian.
You don't want too many physical
Yo, who the hell is this? Yoruba or Yamoa? Where's she added? What was she added?
Oh,
She's added recently, like
Is she good?
Last patch.
oh
She's pretty
yeah,
decent.
no.
She's like a really good guardian.
She's a
She's supposed to be getting
healer.
a buff, but
Yeah, she's a
she can
healer
do
guardian.
damage though.
But she.
Yeah,
Straight
she's a-
damage.
What we're doing, Joust. So this is a good way to learn her.
Yeah, she's not a tank.
All of us, in our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright.
Wow, I got Deserter, guys. I'm done.
In our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize.
Well, I'm just gonna leave the party then.
We need
How the hell do I leave the party?
this warmth that could make bright our lives.
Doesn't even show me in the party.
Mic off.
Oh, so much for Smite. Stupid internet again, guys. This is like annoying. Like, I'm sick and tired of this crap. Like why? Like my lights are fine. Like, maybe it's my Ethernet cord, or maybe it's stupid Windows 10. I don't know. Windows 10 seems to be giving me. It's only my PC gets disconnected. Everything else stays on. I don't understand. That's annoying. That is super annoying. Alright guys, well while you guys are right there, I'm gonna take a look and see what the heck is going on here. Can't even join voice chat because they don't even have their party public. Like, I have to. Let me remove this chat. Close that chat. Close that chat. Close this one too.
In our hearts, there's love and light that we must realize. We need to feel, we need to use this warmth that could make bright our lives.
Yeah, you
Mic
Bro, what the-
on.
guys, bro, stupid internet again, bro. Like, it's being retarded today. It's making me mad. Like, it literally cut off for like 20 seconds, and of course it happened right at the 3-second countdown. The heck, I hear myself.
Yeah, I went to your stream to figure out what the fuck was going on with
Oh, yeah, well, you heard me crying and whining about it. Yeah, stupid internet, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell, bro. Like, it literally cut off. I really think it's my Ethernet cord. I might just have to switch it out. I just don't have one right now offhand. I gotta see if Walmart has a cheap one, but they sell some
Bro, that's
cheesy
like-
ones.
I've
Yeah.
been Ethernet cords for days. Fucking, we have Ethernet cords all around the
Yeah.
fucking state.
Well, luckily for me, my Xbox is not that far. I probably just need like, but because I like to tie my cords together and put them along the desk like all like
Just go
OCD.
wireless. Why do you just go wireless?
Bro, my computer, why the hell would I go wireless? You get half the connection, bro.
No, I get that, but
And the Wi-Fi sucks even worse.
Really, I play wireless all the time on my
Yeah.
Xbox. That's
Well,
what
for
I'm
just
playing right
gaming, it's fine.
now. Yeah.
um,
Oh, I see.
Yeah, my Xbox, if I go Wi-Fi, yeah, it's cool.
Console, you gotta pick.
Yeah, you guys are better off just playing. I got Deserter anyway, so you guys are better off to keep playing. But yeah, if this keeps happening, but I'm just gonna get deserted for an hour next time, and it's just gonna be a waste of time. I gotta go get a cord, if it's even the cord. I don't know if it's the cord or it's Windows 10. I want to say it's Windows 10. I don't know, because I look at my modem, my lights are on, like you know, usually the lights will indicate there's something wrong with the modem. If the lights stay solid, like how it's supposed to. I'm thinking it's got to be the connection from my computer to my modem. So I think it's either the cord, or it could just be a bad driver. I don't know. At this point, it's just it's idiotic.
Oh, you want to have that problem on the Xbox?
Yeah. Okay, bro. Now the problem is I try to do too much, and these cable company providers can't provide the internet service that I demand.
We're up against a same character as me. I hate when we do that.
Mic off.
All right, guys. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I think I need to reset this. Give me a second. Let me redo check spot because internet went offline.
Yeah, this shit's not gonna go over well.
Why?
That was Zeus.
Yeah.
And Horus is like a stunner and all this other shit. Like,
There we go. Should be working now. Yeah. What the heck, man?
I was gonna do.
I'm done. I keep thinking like maybe it's just them cutting my internet off, but it's not due yet. I still got like a week or so left, so I don't know, we'll see. Like, I'm tired of paying for internet this crap, man. Like, what the heck? Like, why can't Google Fiber be here yet? Like, I'm really getting aggravated with this, like,
It's gonna be annoying, I tell you that much.
this type of like services that are provided in certain areas and they get away with it. Like, no, you're charging like $60 to $80 a month for trash. Like, come on. It's garbage. And Jay did it again. Sure, I'll play the game. Too bad it wasn't like what was that game, A Way Out? A Way Out? Yeah, A Way Out, where if somebody has a copy, just another player can play for free, you know? That would be awesome. That would be really awesome. Alright, so yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, honestly, this is crazy, bro. You too solid? Man. I don't know what to do, guys. I got deserted on Smite, so like that just killed it. You know what I'm saying? Like how am I being punished? Like, that wasn't my fault. I didn't intentionally do it. If Smite was like not idiots and like smarter about it, look at my gaming history. You know, like, how often do I disconnect? How often do I get reported? You know, but they don't take, like, they don't analyze all that. They just go by, hey, you didn't select a character this match, so you're getting deserted. Like, what a lazy deserter system they have. Like, it's just so generic. Like, it's just like a all in all the above, you know, like level 1 intelligence. Like, there's no like advanced statistics about anything. Like, they don't analyze anything. Oh my god. Yeah, it sucks, bro. You know, the thing is, I remember when internet used to be so much cheaper, and granted, speeds weren't like they were today, but internet wasn't really as demanded as it was before. You know what I'm saying? Like, before, nobody really cared about internet because people just went on MySpace or something. Nobody really was. Yeah, you had some gamers, but internet was barely 10 megabytes or so. Like, it was just really,
he's coming for you.
really slow.
Oh shit.
And then eventually, you know, internet became a necessity. Like, you know, we got tablets, we got cell phones, we got what, laptops, computers, desktop, we got gaming consoles. So with that being said, on average, most households have about anywhere from 5 to 10 devices connected onto a single router on a daily basis, you know. Yeah, dial-up. Everybody remembers the butterfly dial-up days? Right, dude. Oh my god, I remember that. Like, if I wanted to play, like, oh, I can't even think of a game, but even Command & Conquer or like SWAT, or something in that nature. You would go online, you literally would have to log in with your credentials and make sure no one's on the phone, by the way. If somebody answers that house phone, you're getting disconnected, by the way. So, oh my God, I remember those days back when AOL was huge. Yo, that was awesome. Like, sit there, you got mail. Like, that was so great. Guys, I'm gonna check out my, I really don't know what it is. Maybe I got a pinch wire. But I'm gonna check the wires. You guys can hear me though, so it's good. But luckily you guys hear what I'm saying.
There is nothing like
Alright, so I'm gonna check the chords and see.
feeling young and free. Gonna leave it all
Watch it there, right? Drop the ward over there.
Time goes by so fast. Time goes by so fast. There is nothing like
Who the fuck got that? Do you have meditation clothes, bro?
Josh, don't ever ask me such a dumb question again.
I mean, everything looks okay, just I don't
fucking
know.
used my ultimate at the wrong time.
I don't know.
Fucking put in something.
Get those AOL trial CDs in the mall. Oh my God, Thomas or Jay. Oh man, you ain't kidding
Yeah,
about
really
that.
Fucking blows.
That was crazy. All right, let's figure out what we're gonna do here, guys. So these guys are gonna be playing Smite. I might have to check out. So luckily for me, the game bar is working. I'm surprised. Every time I do a Windows update, it works. The next one, it'll be broken again. So I'm gonna enjoy it now until it gets broken. All right, I'm gonna tell these guys. I'm gonna hold on. Let me see. Let's see what these guys are doing. It worked.
Hey, okay, you good.
What the hell? It was working.
Careful, we both went back.
It's fine.
Okay. Never mind. Now it's working.
We're actually not down by too bad. We're actually up 2 kills. That's perfect.
Yeah. You use them up all the time, dude. Hey, at least they let you stack them. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I'm so sorry. You know, I didn't know, like,
No, you're fine.
I'm having all these issues right now. This is crazy. I really do apologize.
Don't. Go, girl.
Man, this is insane. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here with the.
Oh, I didn't get that kill. Are you fucking serious? I keep getting my kills taken, bruh. I know your pain, bro.
What are you talking about? It's just fucking Hera. She has all our fucking kills because she stole all of ours.
Why is it acting up right now?
Alright, damage is up.
They got it already.
There you go.
Okay. Take a look at this really quick.
So hungry. Oh, get out of there, go, oh, man. Alright, got the first death on our squad.
Cause that this fucking Hera keeps.
I feel like I'm gonna keep
taking all the
disconnecting.
minions, like,
You never invited me to the party,
can I
really,
please
dude?
build some stacks up, please.
He's building
What are you
stacks
building
too,
stacks
bro.
for?
She's picking
For
she's
fucking
building the
Book
boat.
of Toth? Like, get the fuck out of here.
They're going over there.
Other parties are like private. Why does it still show me playing Smite? What the heck?
Fucking, I'm stuck between his all. Oh, if I can get up there. Good shit.
Well, my deserter will probably be over anyway here in a second. But I mean, honestly though, if this happens again, I'm good.
Thanks.
I'm super good. This happened earlier today and it's doing it now. So it's like, it's almost 10 at night. So it usually doesn't do it around this time. I don't know, guys. Maybe, what do you guys think? Do we have any like experts out there?
No, but
It doesn't do it all the time, but just periodically.
Bakasura.
My guess is Ethernet cable, but even at this point, I don't really even think it's that. Maybe I'll have to reinstall my network drivers. Also, I do have the dual ports, Ethernet ports on my motherboard, so maybe I'll try the other port. I don't know, maybe do the, because right now I'm using the killer network. Maybe I'll just try the Intel, I guess. I don't know.
Building stacks.
See what happens.
Nah, I'm just fucking with ya.
I'm the only one who can hear you, Josh.
Yeah, my deserter's over, guys, which is good.
I
Mic
just want to be
on.
like YouTube.
No, I can hear.
Oh, and Tricks, you're right.
They're here.
Yeah, what I'll do is like, if you guys want, I'll do some more rounds with you. But if I get deserter again, bro, I'll just back out. Like, I don't want to keep getting like kicked out and whatever. Like, man.
Behind you, Trick.
Okay, where?
Mic off.
He's weak. You guys should get, be able to get him. I just had to get out of there.
How come I don't like hear the game, but like
I lost you though.
I hear all this?
Yeah, what happened now, huh? You want to be here for all the fucking kills, but you don't want to fucking fight. Like, come on.
You talking about me?
No, fucking Hera. She's like, sorry. Like, where the fuck were you then? Why aren't you fucking attacking?
I put a shit ton of damage into Bakasura. I had to return, or I would have died.
No, not you, her.
Oh, right, the rage.
Wait, you want me to die with you?
Can't you
No, I wanted her
feel
to be up
the
and
rage
You're just
tonight?
fucking pushing my nerves and I don't have the fucking patience for this right now.
Oh shit, they're over here at the XP.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Hera's right there.
I haven't played Smite in forever. I think I was doing pretty good with Hercules though, right? I mean,
I fuck.
Go ahead,
where does this show history?
Oh, she died. How unfortunate.
Went what? 4 and 3, right? Yeah, did all right. As a guardian, I think I did all right.
How unfortunate, Hera. You actually died because
Wow.
you had to fight. Oh, boo-hoo.
I mean, damage taken. I took most of the hits on my team like I'm supposed to. Yeah.
I don't know if I can make it to this town.
Mic on.
Hold on. I just realized something. Did you go Anubis that game and didn't lifesteal, young daddy?
Nope. Why? Am I supposed to lifesteal?
Bro, I'm looking at your stats chart now and you had no healing. Kibu did, but you didn't. I'm looking right now. No wonder you was having a tough time, bro.
Bro, I fucking had lifesteal, bro.
What the heck? Why is it showing 0 life or healing?
I don't know. I had lifesteal. I had double life.
I mean, I think your passive is lifesteal, but
Lifesteal is different than healing, though.
yeah, true. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I forgot about
where he went. Because, like, he could have got a soul gem.
Oh, interesting.
No, I did the same thing the last guy did, Gondo, and did the double lifesteal.
Let me look at your items here. Oh yeah, you did go lifesteal. Huh. But how did Hebu heal then?
There she goes again. Fucking Hera.
Oh, cause he had what you call it, the meditation cloak. That's why. I'm done.
What you said?
You're good.
Did she take our kills earlier again?
She took
Yeah, she took him.
Wait, did the GTFO actually come out? Like it's official? Like it's actually out? Wow. Okay. Okay. I see. Look, I even went ahead and put the Smite hat on just so we can play Smite. No, originally I was wearing this one. You know, this one matched a little more, but hey, what can we do, guys?
Go ahead, Harold. Fucking kill the
Bum,
bot.
bum, bum, bum.
What happened?
Yeah, it came out a day before last year did. Okay, that was smart on their end. Get the money before last year.
Kills?
But yeah, the last year's Discord would be looking crazy, bro. They just posted something again. Patch notes. We're happy to announce. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Honestly, though, I don't.
Yeah, I know.
I'm grateful that they launched the game, but they haven't convinced me to get it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hard. I don't know where the fuck.
I think the only people playing it right now are people that got the free
I'm saying
keys.
for the past like
I would love to play it, but
4 or 5,
I can't do it right now. They're gonna have to hold on.
like
Red Bull
Just
records.
5
What
kills.
the heck?
like between the two of us, I feel like we have 3 of those.
Do I even want to know? It usually happens when a game comes out. Yeah, always, any game. But I mean, come on, man. Let's be real here. Last year, and you're on Steam, so I'm guessing they're using Steam service, sort of like the Valve service. So I mean, it's got to be good, unless they're doing like a peer-to-peer issue thingy. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't make the game, so I'm not gonna speak for it. You know.
Zeus is over
But
here.
I'll tell you right now, it doesn't look like any of the devs or moderators are playing it. Yeah.
Where you at? Are you over there?
I don't think the game is going to get the recognition that it did before. Before, they had the streamers and content creator doing it. But now, because let's be honest here, most content creators are on Discord, right? A lot of them are partnered on Discord. And they were promoting the game. That's why the game has such, like, popularity. Now nobody knows. Everybody just thinks it's a dead game. So I'm going to check Twitch right now. Since the game just came out today, it should be in the top charts. If it's not in the top charts, then that means they're just not doing a good job at like advertising the game. Yeah, nothing.
Hey, what the fuck?
Last year, nope. Vampire Bloodlines. That's got to be one person playing that game with all them views. Yep. This person has the mass majority. Yo, part 2's coming out. I can't wait. How does this guy got 11,000 views? Let me see what he's doing. Of course, it's an ad. Wow, you can't even read that chat, bro. People are typing the same thing. No, they're verified.
I'm going back up, eh?
Oh, he's using mods and stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
went in there and I fucking got.
I don't know. The chat seems like bots, to
You
be
ran right
honest.
into-
Not even gonna bother keep looking. All right, so we have, dude, last year ain't even up here. GTFO's up here though. We got GTFO. Take a look at GTFO. I could probably have it set to where you guys can see what I'm doing, right? That would be interesting. I don't know if I have it set that way though. Hold on, bear with me here. Of course I don't. Let me just
Hey,
make
we gotta
it.
get wards up.
Roger.
Let me just make one real quick. Hold on, guys. Bear with me here. Can't you feel the love tonight? Something.
I'm gonna put one right here, Josh.
I'll pull
Oh,
one farther up.
Yeah, like towards the flat.
Ooh, I like that skin. That's
I'm with
pretty
you.
cool. Alright, so let me go ahead and add a thing here. We're gonna do
Where's he
remote
at?
capture.
Josh, how is he
Dang.
killing you so fast and you're not doing the same thing to him?
No, we're a
Just
little
copy
close,
his
a
build.
little different.
What we're gonna do window
But
capture.
why would I want to copy? Actually, our build is actually pretty close. We're pretty much our copy build. There's some
Like, how
small
the fuck
exceptions.
can he kill me inside the fountain? How? Oh my
it?
fucking god.
Whoa, what the?
You ready, Trix? Trix.
Mic on.
Yeah. Where's it at?
Well, where's what at?
I don't know.
Party.
You need my address? Sure. 312 West Lake Road, Erie, PA 16505. Alright, I'm sending you an invite, Trix.
Okay.
Mic off.
Guys, I can't even capture my thing. What the hell? Where the heck?
When you're in.
Mic on.
I should be in.
Is he in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
No yawning, bro.
Yeah, don't be yawning, man. You guys ready for this shit, man? We're about to play the real fucking Smite now. Conquest, motherfucker.
Oh, here we go. Are you gonna be able to hang, Josh?
Mm-hmm. I always hang, bro.
There you go.
I guess the better question would be, do you think Trix's internet's gonna hang?
I hope so. I hope it hangs low.
Yeah, probably not.
We'll really be fucked. 'Cause
Yeah, no, my old service provider was so much better, dude. I hate this company I have now. I hate them with a passion.
Wait, what? Trix is a jungle? I don't see him jungle much.
Honestly, I don't even have jungle as my preference. How the hell did I get that?
Hey, do you wanna carry? Or Josh? Either one
Well-
of you guys wanna switch for carry?
Let's see. Josh got mid, right? Or Young Daddy got mid. My bad.
Alright.
I don't know who
I'm
that's.
saying if you want, I don't mind playing jungle. If you wanna play carry.
I mean, it doesn't bother. I can do anything. It's just,
You got a fucking Achilles support though.
yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I'm about to carry with fucking solo.
Right. Well, I'm kind of curious to see what this solo is gonna do. Okay.
It's all a bunch of, they're all beads burners. It's up to you.
You know what? Go ahead and go jungle. If that's what you want to do. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go Vulcan.
Vulcan.
Carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Vulcan carry so I can push lane, and Achilles is gonna be my tank. So we should be all right. I don't want to go two physicals in one lane, you know.
Yeah, but the fucking Kumba and fucking Ymir.
Oh god, we're in trouble. And Hades. Oh,
Disgusting. Oh shit, I didn't even see the Hades.
and look, they're diamond too. They tryhards, bro. They ready.
They're ready for this shit. Are
And
you ready
Leaf.
for this?
And
Thor. So, we have, who am I gonna be in mid with? Oh, probably Hades.
Mic off.
Stoke the fire.
Mic on.
Yeah.
I'm freezing.
Hi. fun. Good luck.
My
All
God.
right, guys, we're gonna do this. Let's see what happens with.
Alright, I think I'm just gonna start
You
off with
rock. Cancel that.
go to fucking.
My enemies will burn
Man,
in
I'm
the
gonna need
fires of my
beads.
assault.
But do I need beads now? Yeah. I'll go, yeah.
Solo picked meditation cloak there for you.
Yeah, and so the trick.
Uh-huh.
Do your tricks hang low? Does it wobble to the foe? Can you throw it over your
my
shoulder?
technique,
Did you
look at
turn it like a radio? Oh my god, Jay. Really, dude? That's hilarious. I like that one.
So slow.
Mic on.
Yeah, I like what Jay was saying. Remember how we were saying doesn't hang low?
If you bring him out to the corner, it fucking speeds up my movement time. There we go. There we go, young.
Hey, behind us.
It's alright. Holy shit!
Oh, what happened over there, bro?
Bro, they're both here.
Oh,
Oh my god. I can't believe that shit just happened. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself right now. Like, we are so lucky fucking I got that. I don't even, like...
You know, I got wiped out.
Enemy
Man.
using middle.
You should be fine. You're up against the Hades, so...
yeah. Well, Achilles seemed to be pretty good over here, so we should be all right. I'm just worried about this Kumba though. He's gonna be messing me up because I got no evasion.
Yeah. Well, you're back. Your rocket. There you go. Alright. Alright. That's good. That's good. I can dig it. I can dig it.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
My like jungle circle got fucked up a little bit here, but I'm trying to cover it as much as I can.
Your left tower is under attack. That's something I whipped up.
Holy shit! This motherfucker's swinging.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower
My
is under
gosh.
attack.
All right, guys, we're gonna try to hold it down and try to win anyways. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Ally has been slain.
You really want to put the tower that far?
Oh boy, let's watch that left, guys. We don't know what Kumba's up to. We don't know at all.
Did he die before you?
He didn't die. No, he died.
Okay,
He just left the left.
okay.
Your middle tower is
So
under
he's missing. He's missing. He went back.
Alright. Good dude.
All right, Kumba, passive already though, for real, for real.
Your red buff.
Hey, Thor, on red.
Can,
Thor's
do
on
you have
red.
rap? Can you rap him?
Yep. There you go.
Ooh.
Fuck, there you go.
Let's try to get those. Let's get these rolling in, guys.
This dude disappeared.
Go, you might have went for my back cam or some shit. It doesn't matter.
All right, I think we're okay now.
Thor's incoming, right? Behind you guys right now.
Yo, where the hell is? Wow, Achilles, really?
Mic on.
Wow, bro. Look at my teammate.
middle. Okay.
Like, so worried about stealing their camp. We got ganked, dude. Like, what the hell, bro? If Achilles was there to help me. What a fail, bro. Left me hanging.
Better myself.
Oh, I'm gonna go solo Vulcan. I ain't gonna rely on him anymore. I hate people that play like that. Don't worry about their camp. Like, that amount of XP is just not worth my death. Like, wow.
And then it puts you behind.
middle
You don't just like
Yeah.
walk all the way back up to the fucking.
Right. I mean, I would have been okay. if he would at least been there, you know. But technically, Thor came in.
This dude eat all my fucking hits.
An ally has been slain.
I
Your
wrapped
right
him,
tower is
belly
under
drop,
attack. Be right back.
and Locust scream, and he just ate it all. He must.
Mic off.
He must. Is he rocking? Yeah, he's rocking. I did a perfect triple take on his ass.
Your left
Fucking ate
tower
that
is
shit.
under attack.
Alright, I'm on three.
We took that down. I had to take that buff, guys, so we can get some.
You can't get him, man?
No, because the fucking I don't have good clear.
This party chat is really loud. I gotta tune it down a bit.
Fucking minions.
I have to tune it down.
Like I'm not meant to clear minions.
There we go. Come on. Just a little more, guys. He's coming with the gank.
You're fine, man. You're fine. Gank clear minions. No biggie.
Uh-oh. We'll be all right, guys. We got a little setback, but I think we're going to be okay. We just got to catch up a little bit more.
Where's this trick at?
Doing what I can. Yeah, they're holding up pretty good on their end.
Slain an enemy.
Josh, you gotta stay on the tower, man. He's getting way too big. He's already level
Your
7.
middle tower is under attack.
I'm level 6.
All right, here we go, guys. Come on, a little more. We just got to know when those ganks are coming in, though.
He lunges at me.
Come on.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to get another gank here from Thor or something.
I'm trying to hang around, trying to help you out a little
Man, that FPS drop on this map, though.
I'll just play defensive. It's all good. I can do defensive.
Your left tower is under attack.
Right. Hey, it's up to you, Solid. Whatever you want to play. I might be playing something a little different in a little bit. I got to talk to Chaos, and I also have Latin Mech Assassin. I want to see what these guys are going to be up to here shortly. They just haven't contacted me yet.
Missing middle. Just so you guys know.
Enemy missing middle.
Right, Josh, right, come on.
Clear that middle, or...
Okay, right. That's fine. Don't come this way. Don't come this way. You're already done.
He went right, Jungle.
Come on. Come on.
How the fuck I missed that rap?
Come on, Josh. Oh my
Ooh-wee.
please.
Yo, Achilles going in, though, guys. You got to be careful here.
I got you, bro.
Come here.
I know. You should have probably been behind him.
An enemy has been slain.
He had no mana. Did you not see that?
No. Achilles going in.
Yeah. He had no mana. Or was he gonna fucking punch me to death?
Be right back. They didn't hold anything back. Good.
Josh, your red is down.
Oh, I gotta
middle
play
tower is
defensive
under
here. He
attack.
got the tower.
No problem. Find it. All that tower is under attack.
You got reinforcements all the way.
Try to hold it down here, guys. We got to try, you know? But last year, Jay, tell me about this last year game. What else is going on with it, bro? Is it really ticking you off? Should I get it?
Tower is under attack.
I'm gonna see. Are they gonna do like any sales for it soon? Any idea?
Your left tower is under attack.
There we go. Come on, we got this lane push. Yeah, I finally got a match. Woo, Jay, let me know how it is, bro.
Here. Tricks.
I'm curious.
Mic on.
Nah, right lane's clear, guys. You're good. Take that buff. They got forced back. You took it? Sweet.
Yep.
Your
It's
left
down.
tower.
Looks like middle needs help.
Yep.
Bill's fine, bro.
You sure?
Yeah. We're just sitting here looking at each other.
Slain. Something I whipped up.
Oh man.
How, Josh? How? Like, how can you do that?
On my way. Killing spree.
I was say I fucking auto him.
Mm-mm.
You ulted him, you fucking missed your rap, and he's walking in a straight line, Josh.
Young Daddy getting yelled at. Ooh. Yo, Dad, you been getting yelled at since we started playing. What's going on with you, bro?
Josh knows I get like this though. He knows I do, so it's not like.
Gonzo hasn't yelled at me yet.
I expect him to walk in the fucking straight line like usually people turn.
Yeah,
so I
that's
have to
Combat's
predict-
ult. How long have you been playing this game? Come on.
Be right.
We lost left lane.
Ouch.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
I got my yoke up, so those fucking ult should be. It's cool. It's like cooldown basically.
Be right back.
Do you need help?
I'm dead. Come on, man. Like, how long, Achilles, do you need to get back in lane, bro? Damn. Like, he knows I'm mad. Oh, he know he was at wrong. Like, I didn't even have to say nothing in the game. I just had to say it in the party chat. He know exactly I was mad.
Sorry, all.
Nah, bro. No excuses, bro. Get in lane. Hurry up.
An ally
Come
has
on!
Enemy missing
Her
left.
fucking ultimate.
Your mirror's going right lane. Your mirror
Copy.
just crossed my side. He's going
been slain.
right.
Be careful, right. An ally has been slain. Enemies incoming right.
Josh,
Yeah.
when he comes up like that, just fucking hit him with your rat.
Your right tower
No,
is
I
under
know.
attack.
No, I tried to, but my
Your
guy
middle
turned.
tower is under attack.
No, I see, like you see him dashing in while he's dashing. Hey,
On my
they're
way.
coming. They're after your ass,
Oh,
Josh.
shit.
They're
Enemy
after
missing.
your-
Yeah, watch. Yeah, I was just about to say.
Damn.
Yep.
Like that. Alma lost that fucking.
We need. You know what we need? We need wards, man. Achilles ain't warded up. I might just buy ward just for the giggles.
Who's left lane up against?
An enemy
I don't know.
slain.
Right.
Here?
Even the chat says somebody's mad. That's Young Daddy's fault, though.
Wait, why is he mad? Oh. No one's mad. Alright,
Yeah.
I'm going beast. Nah, actually, I'm doing pretty bad. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh, we're getting ganked. Shoot!
I'm going to the right.
Ally has been slain.
Oh my god.
I tried, bro. I tried. Oh!
Bank it. Just bank it. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, that door, though!
Still under warranty.
I gotta get out of here.
Wow, I'm dead. Oh! Anubis, you saved my booty cheeks!
Your middle tower. An
I have
ally
Ampog,
has
he
been
ult me.
slain.
Shoot.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Oh, man, I gotta go back. Dude, I tried, bro.
He almost got your ass.
He almost did. That door came out of nowhere.
My enemies will burn in the fires of my
Woo! I felt the pressure. I felt him tapping my cheek with his like pinky finger, like I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Peekaboo.
Right.
I see you.
Oh.
Mic off.
Yelling no support. Right. Hey, it's all good, guys. It's all good. Like I'm not expecting pros. Like I'm not a pro, but man, there's just some things you just don't do. You know.
Thumbs up.
Let me get over here and help Achilles out.
missing middle.
Wow. Okay. Hey, we took down some of the health though, which is great, guys. Woo! Oh!
Middle's coming after you, guys. He's coming right.
Enemy missing left.
Yep. Alright.
Did Neve die? No. Of course not, because she wouldn't be behind us.
Oh man.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Mic on.
Yeah, they're all on that right. Achilles need him to get back too.
Man, I can't believe fucking Neve.
Oh! Nice save.
Right lane.
Okay.
Coming alive.
Take right lane.
Oh, watch it. Watch out, Ymir. Nice. Ripped his shields, bro.
Killing spree.
There you go.
Just no minions to push, unless someone's taking it.
Bro, just
Tactical fury.
yes. I mean, I don't know if you guys will be able to, but they're all back. I'm gonna push up middle, probably.
There you go, Thor. Hello.
Just,
Oh!
Yeah, just don't go too hard.
Oh, well, what the heck? What hit me?
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
All right.
Okay. I feel it.
Hey, goes over there. I'm gonna shove up middle.
Fury.
Alright.
Ouch.
Alright.
We got a little greedy, but it's all good.
Beat the burn. Or Angus the burn.
Mic off.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Yahoo! Solid. Don't you play Smite, bro? You know Smite's crossplay, right? If you got this on PlayStation, dude, you could join us. You're a tier 3 sub, bro. I'll get you in here, bro. Yeah, I think today we'll just do sub games, guys. It makes it easier. I don't like that the sound mutes off when I do this. Hold on. Viewer games. I have to redo all this again because I had to reset trick spot. Hold on.
I'm fucking running away from this fucking Ymir.
IP waiting.
And he's still chasing me.
Yeah, he gave up.
All right. And Thomas, I checked Call of Duty today. I didn't see your invite, bro.
Oh, they're pushing right.
I didn't see it at all, dude.
Where you guys at?
Let me go with some lifesteal.
Couldn't avoid
Wow.
myself.
Yeah, that's the one I want to go. Yeah.
Mirror's going right. Your mirror's chasing you.
Mic on.
Right lane needs help.
An ally has been slain.
Shoot.
Your
Your
right
mirror
tower
way
has
too
been
much
destroyed.
damage.
Achilles taking them hits though.
Trying to come over right now. God's over there.
Slain.
There we go.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, young daddy.
Double kill.
I
Eat
see
it.
We came to life. Oh, Thor's behind you guys.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, okay, he landed in front of you guys. I heard the ult. I didn't see him land though.
He scared me, bro. I'm over here like, am my surround sound not working? Because I thought he was in front of me.
Alright, I'm gonna go back push mid.
Rampage.
Oh wait, we can go get gold. Let's get our nah. I guess it's just us three.
Yeah, get gold, get gold, get gold.
Go for it, bro. You got the ultimate, dude. You can do it.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll help
know what
out.
else?
Take
gonna
care,
come.
man, but we
Yeah, we're
can-
coming in. We're coming in. Just get it started. There we go. We need some money. Get rich, or die trying.
That was before.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna steal their power buff. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah. Oh. Hmm. They're coming.
Left lane's almost
Help me mid. Help me mid. Oh, they're coming over my booty cheeks.
No, they're good, bro. Go back.
I'm gonna go defend left.
Okay.
They're after Achilles. Achilles over there with Thor by himself.
Shit. I'm coming in with the all. Yep. 3-3.
Retreat.
What the hell is he doing? Trying to be Superman?
I'm gonna
There we go. They're weak. Oh, watch that door. Oh.
Your mirror's on your tail, Hanzo. And I know he fucked you up.
Yeah.
teleport, baby.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, 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 oh.
Nice, nice, nice evasion.
Has been slain.
Ooh.
Something I will. Final. A challenge.
Ooh, wee.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, Ymir's over here. You guys feel free to fucking push up.
Right, all lanes are pushed. I mean, we're. Yeah, they gave up.
They're
I won't back down. My spirit.
It's oh, daddy now. Right, right. I'm updating Final Fantasy Online. How is that game, by the way? That's only on PlayStation, correct? If I'm not mistaken. That one you have to like pay for every month, I think, right? I think last year is a bit better than it was before since they've added the progression system and unlockables, but the whole server issue, right? So matchmaking is having some problems, which is which is common, guys. Give it a couple days, though, Jay. I mean, I never judge a game at launch because it's just issues, right? Because it's like everybody's playing it, the servers are overloaded, and it gets pretty hectic. So, we'll definitely have to see what's going on with that. I was gonna play the Beast Inside, but I said, you know what? I haven't played multiplayer in a while, so earlier I did some Apex. Now I'm doing some Smite. To be honest with you, I'm just kind of freelancing it.
You did pretty good as far as
It's kind of I was supposed to be with another squad here later, but they're not answering, guys. I don't think I'm gonna be able to.
Someone wrote me. Good game.
See what's up with these guys.
Yeah, they wrote me the same shit. Thanks for telling me what they wrote you though, so I don't have to open it.
Well, he probably wrote to you saying you suck.
Yeah. He probably wrote to you saying he's positive.
The controller for the phone? Wait, what? So what's the wait? I think it's worth getting though, just not right away. I agree. Besides, on the
Alright.
weekend with your potato Wi-Fi, right?
Send me to the mid lane. The promised land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got your wish. Hey,
I know I did.
Our
I did.
roles got reversed there, Gonzo.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you can use any controller you
Why
want.
do you keep doing this,
Hey,
Josh?
look, my never mind. How
Like,
are
you're
you?
a set guy for like a set guy for me.
How are you?
Your
Yeah.
assassin
I didn't know you were over there.
Bakasura.
Yeah.
Your fucking hunter is Serenos.
Yeah.
And your warrior is fucking Amaterasu.
Yep. And who's my guardian?
Oh shoot, I'm
I
solo.
remember.
Give you a hint.
You haven't
He
played
drinks a
Guardian.
lot. Well,
Oh,
not today.
Bacchus.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the 5 guys I'm working on. I just choose me 5 guys I'm working on, and those are the
I don't know what I want to go with here. I think I want to go Sun Wukong.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go.
Coming.
I got a $10 controller that works perfectly fine. Yeah, that's true. Guys, you can use...
for Conquest.
Right here, this is my character for Conquest.
Really? $10? Yeah. You can...
Am I the only one putting
Like, you could do like,
and extra favors and shit like that in
you could do like your regular Xbox controller, which that's what I do sometimes. I have like all these Xbox controllers laying around. Or I bought like the Razer controller, which comes like with the mounted clip, so when you're gaming, which is cool. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys, when you mount a phone in your hand and you're holding the phone with the controller, that's a lot of weight.
You're gonna be.
So I typically,
Ooh, I don't know.
I typically do the
Actually, probably the Guardian. Go Among Us. Then
It's
I'll
probably
be up.
it's probably
my
all
God.
run.
Oh shoot, I wasn't even paying attention. Who picked what? Cause my tag was solo. So wait, what happened here?
Yeah. And then I'm gonna be up against.
Oh, you got hell support. That's what you got. Oh,
I'll be up
okay.
against the Quick. And then
Yeah, I
who's
think.
gonna?
Yeah.
I
Pretty
think
sure Anubis is
Oloran is
middle.
gonna be
Oloran
a
and
carry.
Yogamunder are carries.
My
So catch
God.
jungle.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Yeah. So you're gonna Anubis in mid.
We still gotta play Call of Duty sometime.
Is gonna be up in solo with
At last. Fine.
it sucks.
Look at the Pikachu! Wait, you're a Nitro user, Solid? Yes, you are. I think. Guys, look at some of you with those new emotes. So looking nice.
So
Nah, you know I'm gonna put the boots away. Let's go with this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the teleport here. Where the hell is it?
Oh wow.
I
I didn't buy any potions.
well. Good luck.
All right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Oh, Merry Xmas. Why do they call it Merry Xmas? Is it like your ex that you miss?
Josh,
I used to
that's
do that.
Oh,
They
nah,
do
I'm just
that
playing,
shit
guys. Let me
just to
stop.
fucking get on people's nerves.
Yeah, I did it once. I did it when I was solo. I would
But you pull it
Go.
here, and that's why like it just makes your route a lot quicker.
No, I know.
They're not gonna. They're not gonna.
Ay, 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 ay.
The only person that
My
would come
God.
would be fucking Sir Cat.
All right,
And I
let's.
doubt you. Good luck, Daddy.
Ooh, look at that.
Oh.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's not okay.
He's like, thanks for calling me daddy. Get that last hit there. Oh, they're
Yep.
yeah, they're pushing my lane, young daddy. I gotta go.
Okay.
He's I gotta go against this guy.
So low.
Yep. I
What
told you
the-
about that guy.
Yeah, hold on. He pushed pretty.
Anubis is like,
He's not a problem. I should be fine, but
yeah, he
I
should
don't
be
know.
fine.
He's annoying.
he is annoying. But you just gotta be patient with him. Like most people get impatient. Oh, watch your right. He's coming. I'm gonna stun him down a bit. There we go.
Fine. I just wanted to knock your money thing down. Oh yeah.
You guys middle.
Yep. I'm coming mid too.
Thanks for your support, Josh. Before you die.
Oh, she's lucky I don't have my dash.
Mic off.
Ooh, come on, guys! 8,425 on the jackpot right now. Look at that. Who's gonna win it though? Oh, I know, right? I hope everything's going great with you though. Like, how's everything been going, guys? How's everything going? Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh my god, you did it. There we go.
I'm knocking her red.
Oh.
Did Anubis not just do that?
Nope.
I don't have my third ability yet. Really? Really? Yo, he's got me pushed though, for real, for real.
He's on the backside.
At least I got my third ability, which is nice.
I knew the tower was gonna get me on that last one. It was so worth it though.
Was it though, Josh?
It was.
Yo, he went with that. Really? Mm-mm-mm.
Come on. We're good.
It was worth it. If I was
Just patience, guys. You're just gonna have to be patient on this one, you know?
I got it now, so.
Why am I moving so slow?
You're waiting on this game to copy? What do you mean, Solid? Copy for what?
Yeah, a little bit quicker than this. Like I feel like I'm going like half, like of my normal thing.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. Come on.
Left tower is under attack.
I'm on my way left there. To knock your blue.
Wow, did I just seriously missed all that? The copy, the update. I don't understand.
Your blue's knocked.
And he went blank. Like, are you stupid, Anubis? Please tell me you're stupid. Like I can't even.
Yeah, I need my blue. My blue is gonna help me out, guys. Generate that mana.
Alright. Hey, Sequest on left jungle. Be careful left. Actually, be careful mid. He's coming mid.
So what the heck is this? So he just like splashes like different damages now? That's weird. When you download the update, then you have to copy and don't know why. I think it's very stupid. Oh, you mean... Oh, like for the games? Yeah, some games will do that though.
Knock her red.
You know.
Oh no, there she is. She's
I think that's a PlayStation thing. I don't know. When I update, it just updates. But if it's Smite, Smite has a weird thing where instead of it just being like a update, you actually have to reinstall the whole game for the most part. It's weird how it works.
Josh. Keep running, don't stop, she's right there behind you.
Don't pay attention. I pay attention. I pay attention, Thomas. Come on.
Haha, bitch.
Really, Thomas?
Good jukes, Josh, good jukes.
Really, bro?
I'm sorry, should I call you dad?
Yep.
Be right back.
Yeah, he's gonna get it, but it's all good.
I can't believe my ult didn't hit fucking Anubis though.
Alright.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're pushing each other back and forth right now, but we got health and mana, so we're looking pretty good on that part. I just need to weaken the,
I'll knock you red.
Oh yeah, come on. I got mana anyway, so I ain't worried about it. Come here. Yo, I'm excited about the Resident Evil 3 remake coming out, though. How do you guys feel about that? Oh, daddy, bro, right? You know, tricks don't pay attention. Thomas, you little son of a god.
Hey, can you look at their red?
Thomas is, he's interesting, guys. He'll come out of nowhere like he hears my bag.
He's
He'll be like, oh, Trix is in the bag. I grab my food and I'm like, just take it out the bag. Yo, let's finish this up, guys. Get this, go, go, go!
An enemy has been
I had to get
slain.
out of that.
Enemy missing left.
And I'm about to die. I'm gonna
Ally
die.
has been
Fucking
slain.
A. I didn't know fucking Circuit was right there.
Yeah. I tried to help as much as I could, but
Yeah, you're fine.
I was so faster than me though. I was like chasing him.
Come on!
Full boost.
I think I just put my boots here.
Yeah, probably.
Where'd he go? Okay. Alright, bro.
Blue.
Like,
Got some of my health back anyway, which is all good.
died.
Let's pull back, be smart about it.
Your blue's down.
Andy, thank you.
He has his blue, so I'm not even gonna go look.
Bum, 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 bum,
Okay,
bum, bum.
Back mid.
Middle.
Yep.
I mean,
Alright, so we got our mana bug, which is good, guys. I am farming XP as much as I can. Oh, this guy. This guy. Jeez.
Your left
not
tower
about that
is under
life right
attack.
now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go knock your red.
Yo, remember when, like, Warhawk was a thing on PlayStation, Solid? Remember them days, bro? I can't wait. I had the remastered Resident Evil 2. Dude, you haven't played it yet? Oh my god, you'll love it. There's been so many updates. It's beautiful, dude. It's just, it's an amazing game.
Right.
I need to stack something.
Yep, I'm going. Ganking.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
An ally has been slain.
The cat's on her way in.
Ooh.
Yep.
Missing middle. Enemy missing left.
Oh, never mind. He's back on the. He's back on the.
Your right tower is under attack.
Where they at, Josh?
They're pushing jungle. They're going actually to you right now.
An enemy.
Oh, they're all on that right. Careful.
Oh, he's like one hit. He's like one hit.
I'm not gonna catch him. Yeah, I got wrapped.
An enemy has been slain.
Did you get Anubis?
This stupid snake is driving me nuts.
Yeah, he's fucking annoying.
Yeah, he is annoying, bro. He's super tanky self.
If you stun him though,
I'll get him later. He just,
it's like
yeah.
in the late game, I feel like you definitely outweigh him. So
Right, I just gotta be patient. He's just ticking me off. He's like a big bully, and I'm trying to punch him, and I can't do anything yet.
yeah. So cat's going to my red over there.
You going back to your red? Your red's not up yet, but alright.
No, she was going that way. They're not over there anymore. And Anubis' ultimate is down.
go knock the red.
Killing spree.
I don't know where the fuck they went.
Your red's down though.
Oh, that's where they went.
Hey, retreat left.
Wow, that gank. Yeah, retreat right when I almost got wrapped up.
Yeah, I didn't know where he was going.
All I hear is Anubis throws his like, and he's like, yeah, watch left. Like, thanks.
Just like that.
Just a second sooner.
Run away.
Thank you for that, blue. Yeah, he's weak. He's weak too, bro. Kind of weak, not really weak.
Did he retreat?
He might be. He did go back. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
It's blue.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna push lane so you know who doesn't think we're like not paying attention.
His blue's down.
Retreat.
Able to steal it.
I'm coming.
Hey, yeah.
Retreat right lane.
They're pushing. They're all on. Well, I don't know where the fuck they're headed to be honest.
And Anubis is right lane.
Yeah, I know
Don't
they're
go right
overlay,
lane.
but I don't know where, like, what their plan is. I'm just gonna keep pushing in middle, to be honest. Like,
Oh, they're going mid. They're going mid.
alright, it's fine, Josh. It's fine. Have some of that. Upgrade that. Use the things to block me. I'm good. I'm safe. I'm out.
Mic off.
You did beat it with Leon? Yeah, Leon's a good character, dude.
Killing spree.
Ow! Why are you trying to hurt me, bro? What did I ever do to you?
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Oh!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy.
Yeah, I just got ganked by the jungler hardcore. They got my tower.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was helping. I was ganking right.
Oh, you're
Your
fine.
left tower has been destroyed.
Let me get wards.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, baby!
What do you get?
Oh my god, that was fucking gorgeous.
What did you do?
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
He fucking went around, wrapped around, and I ate his whole ultimate basically. And then I went to my ultimate, but he doesn't move when he's in his.
Right.
Blue
I,
down.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. Okay, maybe not. But yeah, basically I like juked his ultimate and then fucking laid down the head.
Rampage.
I knocked your doogu-doo-doogu-doo-doo-doo.
Thank you, thank you. Reminds me of Crash Bandicoot. Y'all heard it's coming to the Xbox though. The remake. I'm excited about that. I wish it was on PC though.
I knocked his blue down, but he's not. He's there, but he's not gonna be able to take it.
Okay, yeah, we gotta get some wards there too.
Oh, I'm gonna start getting them now. Are you okay over there?
Retreat right lane.
Hold on, young dad. Let me come help you, bro. I see you're struggling there. Here, let me take some hits. Go ahead, step out.
I like to solo it.
Oh, you're almost dead. Look at your health.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
Fine.
Sometimes I think you're delusional, bro.
Nah, I just didn't know if I could at this point. I figured I'd give it a try.
Tactical fury.
Bro, get the fuck off of me. Like, come
Mid-
on.
Yo,
Like,
Andreas, man, coming in like that, bro. Thank you so much.
y'all want some of this shit?
I want to try Friday the 13th. I really want to, though.
Almost killed her.
I'm gonna steal this XP camp real
Jesus
quick.
Christ. Anubis
gonna help.
coming down, and
Go help
that's
Goat.
really it.
Bum, dum, 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 dum. Yo, I'm gonna steal this too. Why not?
We need walls.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
There you go, Josh. Come on, attack that guy. What the fuck are you waiting for,
An
Christmas?
enemy has been
There you
slain.
go.
No, I got lagged a little bit,
Oh,
Be right back.
and then he like teleports. I hate that.
Boom, dum. I should have went back to my base first and like got a couple things first, but it's all good. I have just had to re-download it, Jason. Yeah, too bad that game ain't crossplay.
I'm
That would
gonna-
probably increase the matchmaking.
I'm gonna go into my anti-heal.
Mic on.
You said after this you're going into your anti-heal?
Anti-heal, yeah. That's
Okay.
my new morb.
Why are you laughing, young daddy?
I heard what you
Well,
said.
yeah.
He didn't hear you.
Oh, he did it?
What did I say? Oh, I definitely did.
He said after you're done, you're gonna go to your anti-heal.
Oh,
Rick, you're getting ganked.
Oh, I know. I jumped out. I'm coming to the rescue.
It's just a fucking guardian.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Come on. There we go. Oh. Enemy stun him for you. Oh. Get him. Oh. Oh, this guy. This son of a biscuit, dude. He's coming for you, bro. Watch it.
I'm coming.
Take left lane.
Shoot, young daddy. Careful, bro. Oh, I know you want it, but
Oh, I almost had her too. I would have had
Coming
her,
left.
but Jugamunga.
I see that gang, Scylla. Here, I'm gonna clear lane. Oh shoot.
An enemy has been slain.
Jeez, that fucking bear is quick.
Yeah, Bear's quick and it re-heals, bro. There's no point.
I almost had her.
Yeah, I know, but the health regen is insane.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much damage I just did to him.
Nothing, bro. He's so tanky as all hell.
Yeah.
that dude's annoying. I hate him in solo. I'm 2 and 2. Their Secret is not doing too hot. He's fucking 0 and 6.
Yeah, it's 'cause I keep fucking slaughtering your ass.
Yeah, we were just having a discussion just a moment ago about Friday the 13th. Yeah, I remember when we used to play that. It was fun.
It was free game with gold.
Yeah, I saw that. I said that if the game was crossplay, it'd probably have a better player base, but
Bro, I need to record that.
what happened?
Your team has destroyed a right
I'm telling
enemy
you, I keep doing this shit to this guy, and it's fucking, like, every time I do it, it just gets funnier.
Man, right lane is all the way at the fucking Phoenix. I'm on my way to help him though.
Right.
No, well, help left then,
Double
Josh.
kill.
He's a fucking...
No, but their jungler just came over there. I was gonna help him so they didn't get murdered.
Yeah, their jungle is level 11, guys are level 15.
I don't judge.
What? Is the Gopher is not up, right?
Hey, red
No.
on your side is down.
Watch left missing.
enemy missing
Yep,
left.
he's on you.
Yeah, he's gonna wish he wasn't. He's gonna, oh my god, what a fucking little bit.
I gotta get out of there,
Has been
fucking
slain.
noob.
Did he
Ma-
blink on you? No, right?
Who? Nubis?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was thinking,
Mic off.
We're gonna just try to steal this tower real quick, guys.
Fine.
Okay,
That was a waste.
That was really awkward.
Oh, right there. There you go.
Pull back and retreat.
Right behind you.
Yo, I need to get some items here, guys. Yeah, Friday the 13th was a good game at one time, and now it's dead. Yeah, but you know what though? It was fun though, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, this is
I just I don't know.
Retreat. Yes.
Let me do some. I'm going against magic. Though.
Killing
Need
spree.
help.
Oh my god, I love playing this solo.
Wow,
Mic on.
man, we never get to finish a game, bro.
Oh, we're just too good.
Like, why? They still had a chance. Let me look at levels. Oh, I couldn't see it
Yeah,
now.
but I mean, you can always gain
No,
back
whoa.
levels. Like if they have
Whoa, we-
phoenixes and shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably, you know what it is? Somebody was disagreeing with each other, or probably constantly saying, "You rock, you rock." No,
Cancel that.
cancel that. Thanks. Good game. Bye.
You suck.
Right. I hate that, bro. Man. Work our butts off for 10 minutes and can't even get to the freaking Phoenix.
500 though. Look at him. Fucking.
Let's look at those details. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we were kind of yeah. I'm not even gonna ask.
What? Ask what?
I don't know what they were doing. The heck? No, bro, their best player was the one I was up against. Wow. No, their Anubis did pretty good too, though. That was it. Wow. Is Anthem dead? I met one of the voice actors. Young Daddy, you were a big Anthem fan. What's your opinion on that?
That game is dead.
It's okay, straight to the point. All right, no, like speech or poetic, reasoning or
No.
anything.
So Anthem, they said that they're taking it back to the drawing board, and they're gonna kind of do like a, what's the like No Man's Sky.
Uh-huh.
They're gonna relaunch it pretty much, and fix all the shit.
Wow.
Pretty much they're gonna but if they relaunch it, aka relaunch it, and it's
Right.
not enough content, then it's done. But they say they're not giving up on it now.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. You know what? Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but let's talk about the company that made the game. Was it BioWare?
The developer was BioWare, the publisher was EA, but developers were.
But
really
EA and BioWare has been working together though for the longest time. So let's talk.
The problem with BioWare, right, is one, the Casey Hudson, the lead director, left the studio before when this game first started.
Okay.
They were mismanaged. EA put somebody else ahead of the studio. Actually, they put like a series of 3 to 5 people ahead of the studio. You can't have 3 to 5 people in charge of a whole studio because they couldn't make a decision. They were
Right.
bickering back and forth and figuring out which way to take the game, and there was no like person to making the decision. And basically, they kept re-scrapping the game and having to redo the game. Finally, EA's like, "Hey, this game needs to come out. You've been working on it for 3 years." So they rushed develop it in the last year and a half and launched it incomplete. And then they hired Casey Hudson back near the end to finish it. And then that's also when the big article came out that Crunch, they were overworking their BioWare employees, and there was a hostile work environment in BioWare because of being mismanaged. So basically, there was some mismanagement going on in BioWare and kind of fucked that game over. Long story short.
Okay.
But now, supposedly, they're fixing that, and they're on the right direction. And then they were bitching about EA's policy that requires all EA games to use Frostbite engine.
Are you a wizard? I think
Well, so a question from Solid is it worth playing still though?
They're saying Frostbite engine is not very
nothing special about
user-friendly to tweak or update. And yeah, and every time they would fix a bug, it would crash something else in the Frostbite engine. And it's funny because the two games that are like top seller in EA, or I wouldn't say top seller, but two of the top rated games in EA right now are both two games made from Respawn that does not use Frostbite engine.
Yeah, I don't know about Frostbite, bro.
Because Apex Legends use Unreal, and then so does
Yeah. Well, Unreal is really the easiest way to go.
Unreal, and then even their Star Wars, I don't think it's on Frostbite. I think
My
Star
God.
Wars.
Hey, what's going on, Queen? How are you?
Enemies in the left jungle.
I need the jungle buff.
Oh, I need a jungle buff. What the fuck?
Now.
Up, he's over here battling out with fucking.
Oh no!
Be careful in the jungle.
What the heck am I up against here?
I'm so fucking done.
Oh, he's mad. Ooh, he is mad.
What happened?
This fucking
This lady is weird, man.
Just killed me. He was literally pinned up against the wall. My heart got stunned.
She said the earth. Right. Okay. But Queen, how are you? Welcome back, by the way.
Hey, he's going for your red. I'm gonna try to stop him.
You mean just get out of here?
The red is already gone. I'm gonna take your red.
Yeah. So that's gonna be Gonzo, guys. Gonzo's in the party chat with us. Yeah, he's pretty upset. Wow. Wow. Okay. Nice gank there.
Oh fuck, I'm
An
fucked.
ally has been
Yeah.
slain.
I'm not used to this new.
Gonna
Why?
No.
happen. Why? Because you're up against the fucking Chronos who's gonna fucking stun you. And then Osiris literally gonna do the same shit.
Go to sleep, little minions. Somebody mad? Shay, what? Yo, thank you guys. Appreciate those. How's everything doing? Everything okay? I feel like something's wrong here. Yo, you know what I'm about to do? Watch it. I'm gonna get infinite mana. There you go. Put her to sleep.
There we go. We need to get these boots finished.
Enemy missing right.
Let's heal this up, man. I need to get some. Come on. We're gonna get it here in a little bit, guys. I just gotta work on some lane clearage here. We'll be all right.
Ah shit. He's really crying this time.
Wee.
Enemy missing right.
Get that damage.
Mic on.
Yo.
Yeah, let me go. I have to give him a bottle.
Run away, little gong.
So is this person in the middle lane that new Guardian you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Retreat.
I'm back up. I'm not even tired. I don't know what's up with Dominic.
I have no idea. No idea. This watch is hurting my wrist. Let me take this bad boy off.
Who's their jungler?
I don't know. It might be Morgan, because Morgan's been like lane switching like crazy over here.
Alright, I'm a little under level. Maybe.
Hit those camps up, bro. I got this like side mid camp if you want to hit a lot. Because that's what they're doing. They're hitting camps like crazy. Oh, I see you on the right. Are you okay? Well, watch that Chronos gank.
Be careful right.
Oh, they took your power buff too. Shoot.
I want to go help, but I literally can't.
I'm dead.
I'm probably gonna fucking die, to be honest.
Double kill.
Wait, I don't even know how they're playing what lane.
Yeah,
Do you
well, if
have-
Ymir wants to be like that, then I won't go home no more.
Are you Guardian? Are the Guardians mid?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Retreat.
Yamoba's mid,
You are
Morgan
welcome.
is jungle, Odin solo, and
Your
then
middle
Osiris
tower
and
is
Chronos
under
are
attack.
support or
An
duo
ally
lane.
has been slain.
Alright, well.
Your
Fucking-
right tower is under attack.
Twan Dominic.
has ever stopped me.
I'm not gonna make sure you don't eat any of these. Popcorn.
How fascinating.
Is PUBG crossplay? Absolutely not.
Your right tower is under
Oh,
attack.
you're so warm. Oh.
I don't think they're that big of a company to even do crossplay. Mostly AAA titles just kind of. Yeah.
PUBG is crossplay.
No.
PUBG is.
It is?
PUBG's crossplay, yeah.
I thought it was only Fortnite.
Oh.
That was like recent.
Oh, I must have missed out on that. So they did like, so they're doing like Fortnite then, where it's like input based.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that. Sorry, I just never played it. What, a year or two ago? It's been a while.
Yeah, because you're fucking out.
When I did play PUBG, it was mobile. I don't really get into the console or PC.
Lane.
Oh no, never mind. They went back.
Why are you
It's
over
like
your
Ymir,
lane?
cause Ymir's not doing nothing. Like you have a freeze. He hasn't hit like a single one.
Yeah, he's a butthead. Be careful with him. I went over there to help out, and he left me for dead.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not gonna help him. Wait, you're Cupid, right?
No. Yeah, it's fine. Like, I literally like Josh is
An
not a
ally
good freeze,
has
bro.
been slain.
I know all three of them over there. I'm trying to help you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, look, he's trying.
I would just literally just say, just leave this lane alone. I can clear off the lane with you and push in. So I'll just sit back.
I'm dead.
Like being that we're so
How the fuck are you dead?
What? Because I'm getting ganked by the jungler as always.
Your right tower is under
I'm
attack.
coming.
Man, if it wasn't for my abilities, I would have been gone.
No, I
Alright.
scared them away. You're fine, bro.
I'm coming in with the help. Don't worry.
Oh, you got the left lane over here too. No, that was Morgan. Sorry.
Wait, Solid said he missed playing Gears of War or Halo. How did you do that, bro? You don't have an Xbox unless you got PC, Windows 10. I love that about Microsoft, bro, is that they're not even focused on just a console anymore. Like they're expanding their gaming base. You know what I'm saying? Like PlayStation is so focused on their platform. Like you have to understand, on average, most people are mobile and PC gaming, not like hardcore PC gaming, but you can game stream your games. You know what I'm saying? So you don't need like a top high-end gaming $3,000 computer. Like you can just pretty much remote play your games. PlayStation was doing it with their PlayStation Now, but that service charge was ridiculous, dude.
Hey, I'm a gank mid. Alright, now I'm retreating. I'll still gank.
Okay.
See how much I can do to her.
Now I'm gonna put her to sleep. Take her. It's all yours. Now, Daddy, get her! What are you doing?
Awkward.
An ally has
Oh, bro, I left her for you.
That was really
Go.
awkward.
I should have just took the kill. I know you said you needed to level up. I was trying to be nice.
No, you're good, man. She used
Oh, you had a 360.
for like, she used Angus,
Right. Okay.
bro, none of us are sitting with any kills.
Yeah, well, I don't play for kills, bro. I'm all about playing my role
know.
and, you know, doing what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I dropped your red for you. I'm just trying to get it from farm, you know.
I'm going for jungle buff.
mistake.
Who's going for jungle buff?
Oh, okay, okay.
Take
Amir
this
went
jungle
left
buff.
lane.
Gotcha.
Jungle buff.
Thanks.
Mic off.
Yeah, I didn't even know you had a regular Xbox, Saleh. But yeah, no, those games were fun. Especially for being like cooperative.
Fucking thing.
Yo, whatever happened to that one game for PlayStation? I played it when on the PS3. I think the
Oh, right. Jungle and everything.
what was it called? Resistance. Did they stop making that game?
Focus the Chronos. Focus the Chronos, Josh.
Let me take you to another dimension.
Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
What the fuck was that?
It's fucking ultimate.
Not as soft as it looks.
I'm like, you're such a cute little baby, you know that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, they're gonna take my tower. Shit, I was trying to...
Over here, dude.
Now, your middle tower
Please stand up and get in.
made a grave mistake. An enemy has
Wow.
been slain.
The heck is that? Like a wannabe Hebu? I need some man. Nah. Yeah, bro. Okay. Yeah, Resistance was pretty fun. I liked it. There was actually a really spooky part of the game. I don't know if you remember it though. Like when you jump on the boat and you look at the house to the right, there was somebody standing in the window. To this day, I've always tried to get in there. I could never make it, dude. Always kept falling in the water. I gave up. But I don't have the game anymore, so I can't really test it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Mic on.
Yeah, hit that right camp. Is it there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna poke it. Alright, I'm gonna pull back.
I'm gonna hit your damage.
That's fine.
Some will tell you time heals all wounds. I can tell you they are wrong. Run away, little gods. Run away.
Damage is down.
Thank you.
I'm gonna help,
An
right?
ally has been slain.
See if we can get anything.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, missing mid. Watch the right.
Be careful, right. Defend the fire giant. Enemy missing middle.
No, you guys are both gonna die.
An ally
Oh my
has been
god.
slain. Retreat!
Chronos is fucking disgusting.
An ally has been slain.
No.
Fuck Chronos, bro. He's a
Yeah.
cheating
this
ass
fucking-
bullshit.
I gotta help Guan Yu over here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Chronos is just a bitch.
Alright, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Protect the gold
Let me
fury.
take you to another
Who the
dimension.
fuck said that?
Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat left lane. Protect the gold fury. Please.
Dum dum dum. Wow.
Made a grave mistake.
Well, I'm getting my build now, so I'm gonna be a little better now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is get it built up.
The power is about to come back again. Well, actually, it might take a second. Oh, we got this.
An enemy to another dimension.
Okay.
Purple down to the right.
Under attack. Grave mistake. Retreat! Killing spree! Enemy missing middle! Enemy missing middle! Enemy missing middle! Enemy missing middle!
Oh.
Attack right lane! Let me take you to another dimension.
Yeah, bro. You got him mad, bro.
Yeah, I see. Well, he's got plenty of words, so he should know.
That's not good.
He's.
Oh, well, watch it, bro. They're coming for you.
Run away, little
Yeah, I
gods.
see, I'm out.
Run away.
You got out of there.
He's way over there too.
Made a grave mistake.
Mic off.
All right, let's keep it up, guys. I gotta try to hold this down. So far, the game is actually running
An ally.
pretty decent. I'm surprised, to be honest with you. Let me get my stacks rolling in. We try to go for this real
right
quick.
lane needs help. Who's on right?
That's
you're
not
down.
good.
Josh, we'll be okay.
Gank
We're
right
gonna
lane.
keep dying,
Retreat middle lane.
which is not necessarily all bad.
You won't live to Enemy ultimate down!
Like, as long as we're farming up, like level-wise, like I'm a level, I'm equal.
Gank right lane.
Come on, man.
That's not good. You have been slain.
He's just, you know, doing a little more damage than I am.
Mic
so.
on.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this guy. He's too damn annoying. Gank right lane. There's nobody over there. They were all in mid. Where's this guy at? Ymir, you're too annoying. Sorry, buddy.
An ally has been slain.
Nope, definitely not.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Abort, abort. Abort, abort.
What time is it? It's already 11?
I can come down and cuddle my baby.
Oh. It's so sweet.
Run away, little gods.
Like,
Run
bro,
away.
like, can you
ally has been
please
slain.
fucking come help me? Fucking Ymir ass motherfucker.
Cancel that.
I'm over here with you.
Your end is
He ran.
now.
Wow, Morgan. How did she do so much damage, though?
She's 13, right? That's
Yeah, but I'm level higher than her, so not that. But whatever it is, bro, she wrecked me. Like, wow.
It could be her fucking jungle thing.
Well, she does have that one item that does, yeah, but still.
There's five,
Under attack.
I'm
That's-
gonna sit in the tower and fucking farm up.
Yeah, no problem.
I thought that was what the agreement was.
Ymir needs help.
I mean, it's fine.
He needs to retreat because we're not gonna fucking be able to take both of them on.
Oh, wait, hold on, here they come.
I don't have eyes on Chronos. Oh, he's in middle.
Yeah.
Rampage.
jump out.
Beautiful. I need the jungle. I need the jungle.
Double kill.
Oh my gosh.
Is he mad at you again?
Now, where was I? Your end is now.
You got my phone. You got daddy's phone.
Probably gonna end up dying again, to be honest, but
Your team has destroyed
gotta
our
get that
enemy
farm.
tower. Let me take you to another dimension.
You'll be alright.
Killing spree.
He's dead, bro.
that
Not gonna be able to
Osiris
fuck-
is hitting. Oh, that's why.
Made a grave
Why?
Oh
mistake.
my god.
They're stealing all of the camps like crazy.
He has a hide of the fucking Indian lion.
Defend the golden fury.
Is it what?
He has
Defend
an
the
item
golden
that basically
fury.
anytime I basic attack him, I'm basically attacking myself.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that.
Hmm.
Wow, you
Follow me.
follow you where?
God. Bro, honestly, I'm not having an issue with the middle lane. It's the ganks, bro. Every other person from other lanes coming in and just stunning me, wrecking me. Like, I can face my rival, but they got some good ganks. I'll give them that.
That they do.
All right, let me get some. I'm gonna ward up a bit.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh, I muted his ass. Sorry, I'm not. And I don't like that spam, bro. Like, if I don't like it.
He's my son.
Nah, man. I got like really high pitch headphones. Like I'm not in the mood for hearing that. Like, speak strategic or get muted.
You're
Simple as that.
better than most. Thanks. I'm going for jungle buff.
The hell is that? Somebody's petting a dog?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about my son?
Oh, it's your son. Oh!
Yeah, he's not sleeping. He's next to me.
Damn, bro. I swear to God, you're always with the kids, bro.
Oh, that's
24/7. Every time you game,
In the left jungle.
Let me take you to another dimension.
when do you have you time, bro?
I'm trying to get here.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Alright, what's going on here? Amir.
Your left
Can we
tower
get
has been
pyro? real
Attack
quick?
fire
Your
giant.
left tower is under attack.
Alright, watch that,
you want to get
Well
bull?
done.
Yeah, legit. No.
Okay.
Can't fucking get bull right now.
Speak for yourself. I'm high.
I'll attack the fire.
oh, watch it, young daddy.
Retreat.
I'm out of there. Oh shit, I got stuck.
Ally has been slain. Meal.
What's up,
An
Dominic?
ally has been
What's up,
slain.
Dominic?
Sorry.
Wow. How is he so
That's
quick?
fucking disgusting.
What you said?
That Odin literally, like, he annihilated the Guan Yu.
Well, actually, we're not that far in level, actually.
We're not that far behind either. We're only down 2,000 gold. But
Yeah.
Watch it right.
Towers were not hurting either. We're just
I'm going right.
I was gonna say there's one in here somewhere. I just saw him.
You won't live to fight another day.
Wow.
You have been slain.
Are you serious?
Are you
Double kill.
serious?
What the hell is this? We got this character thinks she's Moses or something, raising the water. Like, what the hell is that?
That's her off.
I can't believe that shit just happened. I have pre-beads because I was going in there after I dropped my ultimate. And, like, I guess I, like, mistimed it because I got stunned.
Paragon was a real good game. What happened to Paragon? They just shut down? Or they just left PlayStation? Because I think it's still on PC.
Which sucks.
Or they just probably shut down in all, huh?
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, you just wasted your
Ally
ultimate,
has been slain.
guy.
No, I didn't even use my ult, man. What are you talking to me?
Not
Bum
you.
bum ba ba
fucking-
bum 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 ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum bum. I just realized I don't even have boots yet, guys. Wow. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, it lets PlayStation. It might have been for a reason, though. You know, being on a console is a great marketing idea, per se. Like,
Hey, watch out. Osiris is
most people have consoles, right? PlayStation or Xbox. Top two leading consoles right now in the market. And to be in either one.
I can't hit Osiris.
I guess we're pushing the field.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
serious lag.
Enemies incoming right.
We can
Bum
look
ba
at
ba
the
bum 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 ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum bum.
trying to wait for his ultimate.
Have to use it.
He's dead.
An enemy has been slain.
Yo! I heard it, guys, but I tried. I'm getting that late game Chronos. All right, let's see. All right, we got this.
Has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
That Guru the Fairy, I shall attack.
Kill the Morrigan first, maybe? I don't know.
Gotta see where keep going.
Oregon hurts, bro.
An ally has been
like-
slain.
Yeah. Yo, what happened to Paragon, though? Paragon just left PlayStation? I think I remember hearing about that.
Are we gonna go Fury? I thought you said go Fury.
Oh, I like that Executioner skin.
Solo go
Attack
for
the
you.
gold fury.
Kind of reminds me of the Leo from, what you call it?
Wait.
You'd have no clue.
Just attack the go
We might have to Google search this one. I don't have a PlayStation, so I didn't really keep up with it. But I remember hearing somebody say
I think we're gonna be
It did leave PlayStation, so that's the only reason why I was aware of that. All right, guys. Let's keep this rolling in. We got some boots now. We got some abilities. I got some attack speed. We're gonna be all right. We got a little bit of slightly life steal.
Comeback, y'all.
But my
Fuck, should I get Titans?
not looking too good with everything else.
Left lane. Odin's pushing up pretty good.
Get those sticks! Yo, man. Yo, I'm about to hit up. Oh, oh, oh.
There's a party middle lane.
Wow. The whole team's in the middle. And or Ymir, he's dead.
An ally has been slain.
Sorry. Get
Yeah.
right leg.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
Josh, just let it go.
tower is destroyed. Retreat!
Oh
Mic off.
no. That's crazy.
I'll never let it go.
I don't know, guys. Honestly, I feel lazy today.
Your MOBA's on her way over there.
Yeah, left lane needs help. They're gonna get
You guys need to retreat.
Retreat!
Just one guy.
Hey, the music stopped playing. I hate that it does that. Why does
you
it?
actually start moving
Yes, no thanks. Stop the music.
Where do you think he can solo it?
Like, go ahead, keep soloing it, but then don't fucking complain that we're not fucking helping you in your lane.
Yes.
How's left?
You're better than most. Cancel that.
Good shit.
Left lane minion pushing right up on.
That fucking close. I can't. I gotta go back.
Whatever, man. How many of those does she get? Like, for real?
He's literally gonna kill me. And if I hit him, I'm gonna die.
Slay an enemy.
He's gone. Just stole my kill though. Well, I'll let that fly. And then he doesn't even let me feed on the minions. He just kills them all.
Mic on.
Sorry, bro. When late game Chronos, I
Morgan.
don't play. Hell yeah, let's get it, bro.
Your end is now.
Odin's dead.
Killing spree.
Shit.
Oh, watch mid. Or wait, we can. No, I don't want to get fired. I don't want to risk it. There's two mid.
There's two mid.
I'm gonna push up left a little bit. There's still two in the raid over there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can
Follow
push
me.
this hard enough.
Retreat middle
Okay,
lane.
more,
Follow
there's
me.
more. They're all up there.
No, at the
We're all coming.
your side. I can shred this tower.
Watch for anomalies.
Please.
Looks like they want fire.
Who's tagging who? He's
I have
what?
no idea, but I warded up anyway.
Has destroyed
Good
the
idea.
left enemy.
Oh, they're not.
Let's get this bad boy quick. It's ours. Woo!
Hey, I need help. I need help.
Oh, we're coming. We're coming. We're coming.
Slain an enemy.
Well done.
An
Might as well
ally
get
has
pyro.
been
Oh
slain.
shit, this is right here.
He's coming for you guys. Watch it.
Oh, she got me. She should be dead though.
Killing spree.
There we go. There we go. Late game Chronos coming through. Watch out for that Morgan. I don't know where she's at, but good stuff. There we go. There we go. Oh, rewind. Okay.
Dominic, you're just so cute. You're just crawling all over me.
An enemy has been slain.
Bro, that's it. You guys should be able to show my left lane. when you're
Attack
done with
left
that.
lane. Oh, shush.
Oh yeah. No worries, bro. That's why I said like.
Can you just tell me to shush?
Shh. Oh, wow, he did. Oh, gosh. Oh, you farting on the mic, dude?
You're better than cancel that.
Let's go.
Attack left lane.
Oh, talking about me, bro. It's my son. Again, he's like, he's
They should be able to get that.
Wow. I hate her abilities, bro.
And she has like,
Attack left lane. Well done.
Like, her water shouldn't encave you like that.
Jungle buff. You're better than
And then I think her cooldown needs a little nerfed, bro. Like,
I heard she's actually getting down it.
she's getting buffed.
Yeah.
Wow. Every new god gets buffed, but eventually they'll nuke her, though. They have to, because that's just ridiculous. Her, every time I see her, she's launching the same things over and over. It's like, damn, how quick are you doing?
well, she doesn't get mana. So that's like the downside of it, though.
An ally has been slain.
Can't do like
An enemy has been slain.
any
Yeah,
kind of
like-
mana booster.
well done.
Yeah, but that's fucking ridiculous. Like, she literally, she had all her abilities, like, on me. Like, I died. I couldn't beat, I couldn't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what are they buffing on her?
Gotta open up a can of C4, bro. Let's go.
That's what I heard that's what they were doing.
Your right tower is under attack.
Come on. What the hell? My game got glitched. Wow, bro.
Oh, this is a long one, but we're like, right? We're all
Out of my way.
An enemy has
A magical unicorn appears.
double kill.
He's gonna get stunned. Should get stunned.
Killing spree. Triple
Can we just
kill.
shove middle? Get someone
Defend
back.
left lane. Cancel that. Well done.
Defend left.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I don't know how far I'm gonna get over here, but
We got this. Don't worry. We're gonna make that come back. We're going to do it.
Phoenix has been destroyed. Power wave.
Yeah.
I don't like that the game mutes when I minimize. I hate that.
An enemy has been slain.
Does anybody have eyes on
Your team
Osiris?
has destroyed
Negative.
a middle
Keep him
enemy.
engaged.
yeah.
Keep him
I
engaged.
got him.
Has been slain.
Keep him engaged.
Deicide.
Get that
Oh,
Phoenix.
Don't worry about it.
Come on.
Fucking near took me out.
I know.
but
I'm trying to
got
get the
him.
Phoenix right now. Kronos is up.
Mic off.
Thank you for the follow there.
Yeah, I gotta get out of there.
Mic on.
All right. Well, they're all pushing right, guys. Be careful. Young Daddy, push left tower with me, Phoenix. I mean,
Take him in the face.
let's get this left tower real quick. You got heavy hits anyway, so I'm gonna take some damage, but I'm gonna do health regen. Ready?
Alright, go.
3, 2. Oh gosh. 3, 2, 1. Go.
I'm just healing off of
An
fucking
ally
creeps right
has
now.
been slain. Rampage. Where was I? An ally has
Bro.
been slain.
Wow. Get it.
Literally cast the same ability.
Young Daddy, why ain't you doing damage, bro?
Yeah, bro.
You're a freaking jungler. Oh, you ain't got no crit damage or nothing. What the hell are you building?
Everything but crit, bro.
Hmm.
Mic off.
You know, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Mic on.
I was wondering because I'm sitting there thinking like, damn, like Bakasura should be wrecking that Phoenix.
That we have Get your
Oh, he's on you, young daddy. Just keep going, bro.
Not to worry.
You got fire minions.
fucking disgusting.
Oh, you're safe. You're safe. You're good.
Go back to the fountain though.
Oh yeah, no, I was building attack speed.
Yeah, I see that golden bow or whatever on a Bakasura. Yeah, that's it's interesting.
That's the meta.
Right. That's definitely is. This must be a new season for me. Maybe.
You've been out of the game for a while. Yeah.
Oh God, that's
All
hilarious.
about that attack speed nowadays, bro.
Yeah, I see, bro. Yo, attack speed shock though. That's some and that's some annoying shenanigans there. All right.
Your end is now.
Wow, really? Get it, Bakasura! Morgan's coming for me.
An enemy.
Or she lied to me. She tricked me. I'm coming for the help, bro. I got her with the sleep. Or maybe not, maybe not.
I'm coming from behind.
Oh, she can go through the water wall, but we can't.
Oh, go through the water wall.
Come on! Oh, jeez! Come on, man.
You have been slain.
I need a heal. I need creep.
I gotta-
Like bad.
This is a gank fest. We gotta end this game.
Your right tower is under attack.
Protect me.
No, everything.
Oh, they're on you, Gonzo.
I'm coming.
Oh,
Has been slain.
That fucking Yamoba.
yeah, she's annoying, bro.
Dude.
She's a female Moses, I'm telling you.
Killing spree.
My worst nightmare.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yo, that new Ymir skin kind of reminds me of Leo from Identity V.
Who's all up? What should we do?
Attack fire giant.
Alright.
What?
Attack middle lane.
No, just attack middle. Push
Okay. Attack fire giant.
middle. Or the Gold Fury. The Gold Fury will help out a lot.
Well, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Everyone's saying different shit, so.
Right. Well, obviously, Fire Giant, you're all there.
Any wards? And Odin and Kronos are up.
That's alright. They can finish it quick. We're all level 20s by now.
Go ahead, fucking keep shredding it now.
Oh, no, they're there to attack. There they are.
Enemies in the right jungle.
An ally has been slain.
We don't know what we're
Finish
talking
it.
about though.
Finish it. Hey, look, I'm just like,
Screw that, bro. We're getting that.
you got it. Look at that.
And I'm getting a kill. Let's go.
Well done.
I'm gonna let them take that shenanigans. Watch the right. They're here somewhere.
Better than most. Cancel that. Attack fire giant. Attack left lane.
The hell would attack Fire
We
Giant?
have a fucking Kronos up there. We're good.
Think they know everything, but they know nothing.
Someone's
Attack
tagging
left lane.
somebody.
Fucking relax. It's that fucking Ymir. He's fucking annoying me now.
Yeah, I muted him a long time ago.
Retreat left lane.
Bro, just let the fucking minions. Oh wait, you're gonna push up minions, right? Cause you can fucking just tank a fucking Phoenix by yourself. So fucking fight the good fight
Has
then.
been slain.
Don't worry, they're coming to the left with you guys. Careful.
You take the Phoenix by herself, means
Your way has gone.
Yeah, but that was coordinated. You guys ended up getting it because you guys both do damage.
I'm about to do more than that.
Retreat.
You gotta get out of there.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You're better than. Cancel that. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm about to get ganked. Yeah, I'm trying, bro. What do you mean gotta retreat? Trying to help you guys.
Hey, if you
Ymir.
keep
All right, bro. Patience with me.
Mute people, because I need to mute
Your team
Ymir,
has
because he's
destroyed
getting
a
on my
right
nerves.
enemy tower.
He's just saying bye.
Am I
Are they still chasing you?
Yeah, they trying so hard, bro. Young Daddy don't have no faith in me though. See that? Bro, don't worry. I'm not worrying about them. They can't touch this.
GG. Josh, just attack the Phoenix. That's it. Only the Phoenix. Only the Phoenix. Nothing else.
Yeah, that's where I'm going, bro.
Your team has
Alright, get out, get out, get out, get out. Out.
Oh, here comes Odin. Oh, here comes whatever her name is.
Out. Yep, they're way.
Hey, we got wards. Let me teleport to the ward.
Alright, okay, I guess we can fight this.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Wait, I
How is
can't.
she back alive?
Wow.
She's fucking dead.
Whatever, fucking self-revive? I don't know.
What?
Attack middle
Did you say
lane.
that
Follow
shit?
me.
She has something else we don't know about here?
Like, is that Persephone's like ult thing? You know, where
Retreat.
she dies and then she can fucking. I'm coming up from behind.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
Okay, come on, guys. Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up, boys. Get this Phoenix. Fire minions will save the day.
Yeah, we can get it.
Your team has destroyed a
We
Royal
can
enemy.
still get this.
Attack the Titan.
Run away, little dog.
There we go.
Time
That's how you do it. Woo!
Alright, I'll be right
You're
back. I'm gonna
better
go
than
smoke.
most.
Okay, okay.
Ah, you trying to
I
bite
need a break. I need a break.
Oh, guys, we won it. Yes. Yo, Flick, what's up, dude? How are you?
Mic on.
I got
What? Is that Speedy out here? Speedy, man. Young Daddy needs help, bro. He needs you, bro.
Young Daddy sucks. And Smite.
Oh my god. Get out of here, get out of here.
Yo, he was talking all that trash in Apex, so I'll give him credit. He's all right in Apex, but Smite, yeah.
He's gonna talk crap because he lasted alive longer than I did. That's
Yeah. Well, for one, I suck with the damn controller, and two, I don't play it that much. I have to
One,
practice.
That game ain't got no aimbot. That's what it is.
You're coming? You're coming?
You need me?
Yeah, we need you to help me carry tricks.
What?
It was. I
Seriously, bro?
doubt that.
No, you should see how he got Gonzo over here. Gonzo had to go take a smoke break.
I see. Oh, so that's why he took that early smoke break. That was kind of quick after a game.
Right.
Bro, that game was like 50 minutes.
I mean, Conquest. Y'all playing Conquest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Conquest always takes a while, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you would have figured. That Bologna yesterday beat my ass through the whole fucking game. And the only thing I hear through my oh fuck, Mercury's here. Mercury's here. Was it Mercury?
Yeah, it was Mercury.
And then Mercury ran my way, man. He got Molly. What? I'm over here thinking that I got a crappy ass build, but when Mercury went my way, woo, he was my bitch.
Yeah,
'Cause I was
solo
Bologna's bitch.
and
Yeah, I fucking hate that solo.
Where the heck is Speedy? I don't see him.
I'm loading. I was in Call of Duty.
Alright, Dominic, you gotta go to bed, buddy.
Yeah, bro. Come on. It's like 11:30, 11:40. What the heck are you doing? Bad parenting, bro.
He's not feeling
He's sick.
He's sick. Yeah, he's been having a 102.
He's gonna be more sick when you're sick. You're supposed to rest, relax.
Go down?
Nah, it's been going from 102 down to 101 and then back up to 102. It's just been steady.
Question: Does he stay still?
No, he's moving around. He's playing. He's just very clingy.
That's why too.
He doesn't want
'Cause
to
it-
sleep too. He doesn't want to sleep too because he's teething. So he doesn't want
Oh, never mind that. That's all that shit's all together.
to. Yeah, he's getting his front, his fourth tooth, his front, one of his front
So,
top
yeah.
ones. Top ones.
The diarrhea and all that non-cool stuff that comes with it.
But he's so cute though. I don't mind him staying awake because I'm awake and he's not that bad. It'd be easier too because if he sleeps in the morning, I can sleep in because
Exactly.
Lily's easy. I put Minnie Mouse on. Lily's
Yeah.
fucking occupied for hours. I can.
Okay. But see, the thing is, my daughter, man, she likes to go through everything by the looks of it when I have her, or when I did have her.
Oh no, Lily will sit on the TV or on the couch and watch TV for hours if it's Minnie Mouse.
Fuck you. You get 2 boys and a fucking calm ass daughter. No, that's bullshit. They gave me fucking the spawn of Satan. But I love her.
You okay?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a fan on over there, Speedy?
Oh yeah.
I hear it.
Make the smoke go out.
I see. It's like a.
It's fucking middle of winter in here.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I have my fans on because my
The fan is facing outside, so it could take the smoke outside.
mine has to blow inside because my computer is like a freaking microwave oven, bro.
No, I'm smoking, so I need the smoke to come out the house. I mean, my room is quick. I ain't trying to suffocate myself on.
Like right now, my computer's at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so with that heat, it blows up and into my face, sort of. So I got the fans.
Yeah, 'cause you feel it.
Yeah.
He's so cute. I laid him down in the crib.
Mhm.
His new thing is he'll shake his head no.
Oh.
So I laid him and I tried to give him his bottle and he like shook his head no. He doesn't want to go to bed. I might just have to leave him out, let him lie.
Do it, bro.
I mean, you probably gotta let him fall asleep when he falls asleep.
I don't want to let him scream because the baby monitor is plugged in upstairs, and
Yeah.
Ashley's trying to sleep because she works early, so I don't want him to
Gotcha.
keep her up.
Ah, bro, don't lie.
Yeah, you know,
That
man.
too.
Yo, why do I hear myself? Testing.
Oh, you hear yourself? Hello, testing.
Hello, young daddy.
Hello, your daddy.
Hello, Looney Speedy.
Hello,
Is it me?
Speedy?
I don't know.
Looney Speedy.
I don't know.
Alright,
You're
turn on
not
my fan.
echoing. I'm just saying everything you say, and I must sound like you, so you think you're echoing.
Yeah, it sounds like you're echoing too, young daddy. I think it might be your mic, Speedy.
It is.
I think the fan is triggering your mic sensitivity, so it's like keeping your threshold open.
No,
it's typical.
because I turned it off.
It's Speedy. It's always Speedy.
It is better now. It doesn't trigger as much. But I noticed it's more with me, probably because I'm much clearer. Actually, I'm using headphone mics right now. How do I sound?
No, I still hear your echo bad.
Yeah, me too. What kind of? Well, maybe.
That's it.
Yeah, I think you got the hit the mic too close to the ear cups or something. Or do you have the TV on?
No, the TV's low, bro.
Huh, that's weird.
Oh shit, where's my phone go? Fuck. I gotta search for my fucking phone. Great.
Is it still doing it?
Testing. Nope, it's better.
It's better.
Appreciate it, bro.
Dominic had my phone and I don't know where the fuck he put it. Where's my phone?
You're gonna need to locate my phone app, bro. Well, most phones have it built in.
Actually, somebody told me it's echoing again.
Good, testing. Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Whatever you just did, you unfixed it. So what was it that you just did, Speedy? I heard you blowing into the mic, bro.
Oh, there, I found
Well, I'm
it. Somebody said.
smoking.
Oh, you're smoking.
You put
You're smoking your mic?
Nigga, the mic is right in front of my freaking face. I'm laying down.
You don't have the adjustable like mic thingies?
No.
Okay.
Headphones.
Gotcha.
They were echoing.
Testing.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good.
for now.
Did you like move the mic? Is that what you just did?
No, the menu on the thing. Headset mic.
Wait, what?
On the options when you
Look, Solid said he's watching us on the TV, guys. So don't look bad. We gotta look good.
The only one that's gonna look bad is freaking Josh.
Yo, what's up with Solid? Solid plays Smite. How come he ain't on?
Solid is a
Yeah, he plays it on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Probably playing something.
but I played Smite on PlayStation and it was kind of easy. But I'm not gonna judge it much.
A lot of the stuff that the Xbox got, I noticed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna judge it too much because it wasn't my account I played it on. So maybe I wasn't paired with players on my skill level, but I was on a level 60 account, I think, and it was kind of like, I don't know. What I do like about PlayStation though is I do like the shading a little better than the Xbox.
Hey Siri, Hey Siri. I want to turn that mode on.
Yo, man, I turned my menu music off, so it's all quiet. It feels weird. Up, pass, man.
Up yours.
Ooh.
So, Dominic's in the room just going, blah, 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 blah. You know, just fine. He's so cute. Such a perfect son. Not like, he's not as annoying as my older son.
Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita.
Siri, what's my name?
Dame tu cosita. Ay.
You're Joshua. Since we're friends,
What the deuce?
I get to call you Young Daddy 666.
Oh yeah.
I love that accent, bro. Ask her what's an angry dragon.
Get the fuck out of here.
What's an angry dragon?
Speedy.
Okay, I found this.
The Angry Dragon. 88 minutes. Action adventure rated R. Is that what you're getting with?
Yeah, but I wanted to hear her say it though. She ain't speaking it. I'm done. She's whack. Google's better. Google speaks it.
Speaks it.
Oh.
Yeah, Siri, she's slacking. I like her accent, but she doesn't say certain things, I guess. It's out of her league. She ain't updated yet. You gotta update her firmware, bro.
When I talk to her, I sometimes talk to her in an Australian accent too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Gonzo, you don't do boardings with me anymore, but when I do boardings, I go, can I have your mobile?
Alright.
Easy look at me like, what?
Okay, we got speedy jungling. Okay. Alright.
Oh, great. I get the one random to fucking support me.
You gotta.
And it, Speedy's jungling, we're fucked, bro. We're fucked.
Seriously, bro? Like,
I mean,
Fuck, bro.
you gotta keep the
couldn't be any
confidence.
worse than your Anubis yesterday.
Oh,
Dude, shots been fired.
Rick said, preferences? Question mark.
Who?
And he's asking if we have any preference on his support. I don't care.
Oh, who? The Ricky James?
Yeah, it's not fucking Kumba. He knows how to play Kumba. Kumba, he's like such a good.
Oh, Ramones solo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see him pick something other than fucking Tank.
Alright.
Guardian.
What?
No.
Wait, you gotta pick.
lad.
Oh, he picks a new fucking bitch. Whatever.
Listen, she was doing work that last fucking match, so.
My
What
God.
character?
Jay, we're gonna have to talk, bro. Look,
What
I was
character?
like, I took her in the back and bent her over.
She was
Yeah.
I did earlier. Yo, my internet's working, guys.
Not on me.
Ooh, so far, so good. I don't want to jinx it though. Jay, you're killing me.
I fucking
Jay's teasing me, guys. He keeps inviting me to a game he knows I don't have. Why would you do that to me,
What?
man?
I
Why?
hate facing the character. Like, I hate
My
facing
God.
this person that's the same character as me. It's
Yeah.
just annoying.
It reminds me of like Mortal Kombat mirror match stage. Like, I hated that.
Oh,
You
Like,
both throw spears, you both freeze with Sub-Zero at the same time. You're like, "Grr!" You get so mad. Like, come here, and they get you first somehow, and you're like, seriously? Or as soon as you throw the spear, they uppercut right away, and you're like, dang it.
who you're up against,
Take what
Merlin?
you
Oh,
can.
you're up against.
Give nothing back.
Arrow.
who picked Merlin?
I don't know.
I did.
That's my character.
Aw.
Mm.
That's cup of tea for you, lad.
I did shit with him yesterday. I can't talk.
With who? Merlin? He's pretty good.
Hell yeah.
Annoying, too.
Yeah, he's really annoying. But so's Loki.
Hey, Loki, bro. Loki is like a dildo. He's in and out.
Hush.
Fuck yeah, you know that's right. I'm like the hammer you can't get rid of.
Ugh. I don't know why they call it hemorrhoids. I still call them asteroids, bro, because where it's located and it's still a droid. Get it?
And
Look, Speedy's calculating now.
Gotta suck.
But what are we attacking here? What the hell are we doing? We doing
I
this?
don't know. Waiting for the minions to appear.
Oh, this one first? Okay, Merlin. Let's go, bro.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, Loki, get your ass over here.
Good luck.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh, no.
Damn, my
Gonzo, what are we gonna do, bro? I'm scared.
Nah, we'll be fine. you just run around and you just fucking keep killing people
Right.
and farm. All these camps are yours, alright? What? Did you? Okay, I'm not even gonna ask.
what?
I don't even want to know what you leveled up first.
Which one? I put the stack stat.
Oh, for Loki?
I'm a Susaronos. That's who I'm up against over here.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy on that.
They're pushing my lane. I gotta get over there.
Tower is under attack.
Ay, ay, ay. Why is the sword bigger than me? That's a good question. Yeah, he kind of reminds me of like Cloud from Final Fantasy.
Oh, get out of there! Get out of there!
I didn't fuck.
You didn't what?
What?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna struggle this game a little bit, but
Probably gonna be a rough start.
hey,
that's all.
It's alright.
hey, you just gotta trust in the late game. You gotta
Right.
trust in the late game.
Right.
But that
Watch.
depend on Josh. That's the one thing.
Yeah, no.
That's too bad.
It's like you heard it.
Right?
Too bad.
Yeah, at least I got a Morgan. Not as a jungler this time.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, well there goes fucking Ricky Bobby.
The plank.
Mic off.
We're gonna have to hold it down here, guys. We gotta hold it down here. You know what I'm saying? We got to. Or at least try anyway. Bum bum ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum bum. Dum 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 dum. No. Oh, I didn't get my blue buff in time, guys. Shoot. No. I wish I did splash damage, man, but it's all good. Wow. Okay, well, we just gotta hold it down just a little more here, guys. Wow.
Your right tower is under attack.
I need more health regen. Oh, okay. All right, you want to play hardball, huh? Let's go for it. All right. Let's try to get some things rolling in here, guys.
Ah, fuck.
An ally has
You
been
fucked
slain.
me over, you
Sorry.
fucking partner. She threw her portal
okay.
in front of
It's
me
okay.
as I was.
She said
Did
sorry.
it. Yeah, she did it, Ymir. Locked me in.
Wow, she got it too. No.
Got that.
I can definitely use a mana potion, but I don't think they're gonna. I'm gonna get help for that. Hopefully, I'll get the jungler to come give me that soon. I wish I had blink right now.
I mean, which of them should I start for next time if I ever pick Loki for this shit?
A little
Food sounds so good right now, guys.
When he camos, invisible.
No, he like summons a little shadow of himself.
Oh, okay. The clone.
Yeah, because then the minions don't attack you, they attack the shadow.
Yeah.
So
All right, let's go back. I need to stack something. So let me go. I'm not gonna be able to stack it. Shoot.
yeah, try that shit again.
All right, let's go with some magical protection for now.
A good use for me booty. Your left tower is under attack.
Let me get over there. At least I got that magical protection, so Morgan's gonna have some issues with me now a little bit. I wish I would have went with Blink.
Ultimate is down.
There we go. At least I got health regen, so we're all good here, guys.
Street left.
We're gonna be all right. One step at a time. No need to rush. It's like something and
Fucking all her.
wow.
Walk the plank.
Oh. Come on, guys.
She's here, Loki,
Enemy
Loki.
missing right. Left tower is under attack.
She should be almost dead, right?
Rampage.
Or no?
Fuck.
Yeah, I can't I couldn't get to her.
Bum 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 dum dum dum.
My God.
Ah man. You know what I'm waiting for though? That jungler to give me my blue balls, but you know, I'm patient.
He doesn't know how to jungle. You.
Oh, like you don't know how to
Says that-
support or carry.
Ooh. I don't know what you need. Sound like you guys need to carry a jungle.
You literally said yesterday you didn't know how to jungle.
Yeah. Jungler is a weird role.
But I could play with Loki. Let me get my build.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, as long as you're staying alive and you stay higher in your levels, you're good, bro. Oh, Morgan's on a controller. This is gonna be fun. Come here, Morgan. Are you scared? Man, like a little chicken wuss.
An enemy has been slain. The plank.
Oh. Okay. Oh, nice gank. I see you coming in. Okay. All right, Loki. Yeah, she's annoying.
Ultimate is ready. Walk the plank. Versus.
Come on, you want fucking round 2, bro?
Hey, Speedy, I need your help, bro. Can you go get me some blue balls here?
Yeah.
You have jungler on the left lane. Left jungle.
Take it.
No problem.
All right.
Your right tower is under attack. Walk the plank. An ally has been
You got me.
slain. An ally has been slain.
They pushed.
Mic off.
All right, we're gonna get through this, guys. Real easy.
The plank.
Get that lane clear.
Enemy missing right. Your left tower is under attack. Cancel that. Your left tower has been.
She ain't coming out, guys. She knows.
What the fuck?
You're not gonna really do much to him.
Come on.
An enemy.
What you're
Oh,
saying?
you got. Oh, you can get him. It takes a while. You're.
No.
Right,
I don't care if he's a guardian, bro. I'm Loki.
It don't matter.
It does matter. It's Loki, bro. Turn your back on me and let me know.
On my way. An ally
All the
has
fuck
been
you
slain.
did for me.
Wow.
You have been slain. Shut down.
Only got me because of the gank, though. If it wasn't for that gank, I would have never died. All good. I got a little pushy for that tower.
Your
All
right
right, let's finish this. And, in all honesty, though, 2,400? A little bit more, and that would have been good. I think for now, Looks like they're pushing my tower. Yeah. So let me just get it back in there.
Careful, middle. Enemy missing left. Walk the block.
We'll have to pick that up next round, maybe. See what's going on here.
No problem. Walk the block.
Oh, okay. Okay.
An enemy has been slain. You rock. Ultimate is down.
She ain't coming through now, guys. She knows. So as long as I don't know where Loki is, they're all on that right.
Slain. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm on my way.
Double kill. Walk the plank. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, come on.
Uh-oh.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Killing spree. Walk the plank. Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Enemy missing left. An ally has been slain.
Come on, for real? Oh my god, I'm done, dude. No, did not just get out of that lucky son of a biscuits, man. You lucky son of a biscuits. All right, it's all good, guys. We'll call it even.
Your left tower.
If the game thinks so. You know, judging FPS and all that, I would assume that I'm good. Wow.
Middle tower is under attack.
Jeez.
Your left tower is under attack.
Honestly, bro, you came in with the clutch, bro. She got me with that ult.
Ultimate is ready.
Appreciate it, sweetie.
No problem.
Man, I still can't buy the item that I want. Seriously?
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, they're coming.
And they came
Has
from
been
me.
slain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All three, too.
Your right tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, usually a jungler will gank solo lane a lot. It'll be alright. Morgan can't get me one-on-one. She needs her allies to help her out.
That fucking clone jutsu shit. Fuck me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I fucking got it.
Careful left.
It was the clone. I don't really pay for her like that.
Right. They all retreated, so watch your lanes.
That kind of
Destroyed. Enemy missing middle tower. Walk the plank.
They took it.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's hit that camp. It's gone? Oh, it's there. Okay, cool. There we go. Let's go and gank Bacchus real quick. We're gonna help you, Merlin. Oh, he's going in the jungle. Son of a biscuits. He will. I'm ganking him.
Oh, they're at the Go Fury.
The giant. Go for her.
Just back up.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, he's going
Killing spree. Ultimate is ready. Double kill.
Oh my god. What the hell? Like, power control's insane. I don't care. We took out Bacchus, so.
Retreat.
Back up.
Hey, Josh, you okay? Think I'm
An
quiet?
enemy has
Right.
been slain.
I'm good.
Your right tower is under attack. Group up.
My God.
Right. Omelet Arcade. Yeah. Did you look into it, bro? It's not a bad thing. I think you might like it, especially if you do a lot of like mobile games. Look at that. Solid got some all, guys. I still need to add one more emo. I just don't know what to put.
So be careful, Merlin.
Your team has
It's
destroyed a
junglers
middle
in left
enemy
lane.
tower.
I got her.
I gotta get boots, man.
An ally has been slain.
Those damn fucking Panthers.
Let me watch Morgan. Morgan's over here, guys.
Mic on.
All right, watch the middle.
Didn't even try to push middle. Coming, Loki.
An ally has been slain. Sorry.
Good shit. I gotta give it to him.
They're really trying to get me.
But I fucked the tank dude up.
Lost all our towers.
Slain. Your left tower
Mic
is
off.
under attack.
Let's see what's going on over here.
Hey, you guys got Hera coming in behind you.
Oh boy.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Walk the plank.
Come on. All right.
Walk the plank.
All right. That's all cleared out. Let's keep it going. Solid. You need to get yourself a PC computer, bro. A PC computer. Does that even make sense? But we got to get you to get on some PC games.
Walk the plank.
I don't have eyes on anyone.
All right. It's all good. Right is clear.
Nah, they're. Oh, road is down, so I don't know. Unless they're going for bull.
Mic on.
They're going for fire.
Yep.
They stop. They stop.
Ultimate is ready. Killing spree.
Ooh.
An enemy has been slain.
Should stood back.
Yeah, that be mighty.
All right. All right.
An ally has been
We're
slain.
right there. You
They're
know.
pushing mid.
Your middle tower is under attack. Walk the plank. Strike now.
Woohoo!
This is the day you always.
I almost died.
The day you almost caught her. Never mind.
Hey,
Your
just leave.
middle tower
Forget
has
the
been
tower.
destroyed.
Yeah, just defend.
Whew. That was close.
Mic off.
Oh my god, I missed all these comments.
Josh, let's do gold real quick. We can sneak it. They all backed
Oh
up.
man, I just messed it all up, guys.
Fuck, he got me drunk. He didn't buy me another drink.
No, Josh, you gotta tank it.
Nope.
No!
An ally has
What
been
the
slain.
fuck? I hit the wrong ability.
Sorry.
All right, how's those slots looking, guys? Well, they got us on levels though. Yo, you know what? Screw this.
My bad about that.
I am under level like a son of a gun. Like bad. I gotta level up bad, guys. Big time. Farm some XP. Alright, come on. A little more. A little more.
Take middle lane.
Mm-hmm.
An enemy has been slain.
Whatever, dude.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
How do you move so fast?
Full kill.
Wow.
Rampage.
That's no bueno.
Mic on.
What the heck happened there?
Fucking that best stat. She's fucking level 18. Fucking slaughtering. She has a heart seeker too.
Your middle phoenix, an ally has been slain. Your right phoenix is under attack.
How do you like that?
Wow. Nice, nice.
An ally has been
Jeez.
She's
ultimate is down.
winging.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Yeah,
Your
this
right
fucking.
phoenix is under attack. You
My
have slain
kingdom.
an enemy.
It's,
Oh, shoot. My right lane.
Ultimate is down.
Stupid cats. Like, I hate Bastet. She's like another Loki. Not hard to play. In and out, hit, get some hits and run.
Oh, but she's not a quicker.
Damn.
I mean, we did good though. We defended our phoenixes. You know.
Take left lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, we gotta get this kill.
That's alright. They got us on levels, that's all. Ooh, just gotta get that comeback. Let's get that comeback, guys. Let's go. I'm doing terrible right now. The music stop again?
What?
Come on, man. I don't want to play music on YouTube anymore. Like, I'm done. The auto stopping is just so annoying. Let me see something here.
Can we?
Copyright.
Push.
SoundCloud maybe might even be better. I don't know, stupid YouTube, because YouTube likes to freaking stop playing the music.
Yeah, just. Good.
Wow, it doesn't want to play in my virtual audio cables. Seriously? Hold on, I'll have to mess with it later.
Ultimate is ready.
Right now I gotta help the team out, guys. Yeah. I was trying to put music back on, but it just wasn't playing. It was playing on everything else but what I wanted to play on. Oh my god, come on.
Oh, she moves so fucking quick.
So stupid when it does that.
Has been slain.
This game still has that problem where, like,
Like, man,
my ability, like, I couldn't cast it. I got stuck.
to run faster than her, she's
Man,
out.
they're attacking that middle lane. That tower only needs one hit anyway.
Mic on.
I'm coming into the middle.
I got some anti-heal online now too.
An ally has been slain. Walk the plank. An enemy has been slain.
Hey, watch out, Morgan's here.
Arcade battle. spree. Shut down. A good
I'm gonna
use
go.
for me boozy.
Fuck. Totally fucked that up.
Right.
I think Bastet's on the right. Yes.
Right seems clear. That tower just needs a little smack. They're gonna knock that down no matter what. Alright, well, we're catching up on levels.
Can we do gold real quick?
We can.
Unless they're here. I just dropped the ward on it real quick until we group up.
Oh, watch your young daddy.
How do you like that?
Loki,
Yep.
your MOBA, here.
Yeah, people coming.
Man.
Has been slain.
We got it though, so
Oh, you did?
yeah.
Oh, cool. My death.
Nice shot. They're all there, guys. Careful.
Help!
I gotta get the fuck out of here. Nah.
Killing spree.
Ooh. There you go, young dad.
Josh, you gotta watch your back.
I know.
An ally has been slain.
I was gonna get.
You got the height there.
How do you like that?
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, oh my god. I can't.
Your left
I had it for
ally
like
has been
999
destroyed.
9
Your
days.
left ally is under attack.
And she knew I was here?
Yeah, I think they have a ward up. Speaking of wards, I'm gonna drop back.
Yeah, the minion push.
I'll try and get some wards out too.
The left enemy tower.
Oh, are they at fire?
I think they
They
got
destroyed Aro, so yeah.
Drop here, just
Oh,
stand
yeah,
back.
no.
I'll go in by myself.
Oh no. How's it looking?
I know we're good.
No.
Watch out left. What's going on there, Loki? Loki needs help. He's getting ganked.
An ally
Yeah.
has been slain.
see him.
Well, watch it, watch it.
Yeah, we gotta drop back. We need like wards bad.
Oh shoot, Merlin left me. No! Well, watch it, watch it. They're coming from mid to the left jungle.
Ultimate is ready. An ally has been slain.
Morgan's on her way in.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. An ally has been slain.
Get out, get out, get out.
But I must protect them.
Help!
Oh, yay, yay.
Help!
Careful, Loki.
Fuck, I missed.
Oh, come on. Fuck. We can probably just push up mid. See if we can get this. Tier 2, I guess we got a couple seconds.
Okay. I'm gonna steal power buffs so I can
Watch him.
Walk the plank.
Oh shit.
Oh. Don't worry, Merlin, I'm here.
Ultimate is down. Shut down. Double kill.
Fuck.
There we go. That's good damage. He's low. Josh,
Shit, pull back.
Back up, Josh. Back up. Back up. Wait. No. You go a long way. They found you.
Be careful in the jungle.
They're gonna chase you all the way.
Yep, they're all coming.
They're fine.
That'd be mighty fine.
Oh, you're fine.
I got my Bada Bahudi online.
Walk the plank.
About to push him mid.
We gotta get wards out there.
How many can you go for a sec?
2.
Walk the plank.
Left lane.
I got a left line.
Ay. Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck up.
There we go. Alright, I'm gonna check fire. I'm gonna ward fire. And they got it. I knew they were gonna go for it.
That fire. Yeah, I was like, why is Bacchus running all the way back here by himself? Like,
Distracted.
X marks the spot.
yeah.
And watch that left. I'm gonna come behind them. Get ready, Speedy. Oh, never mind.
Defend.
Yeah, watch out.
Fuck.
Wow. Okay.
Almost had
Josh,
it.
just back up.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Retreat.
They're probably gonna go to gold and then.
Not a
The lanes are kind of switched up though. So we're good. Was that? What was that?
Retreat.
He's dead.
An ally has been slain.
Oh. We got this, guys. We can't let down now.
I mean, it was then. It's gonna be like game.
Hell, you think you're gone?
I let that go.
Right lane.
Yeah, they're just pushing. If you guys want, huh?
I'll let that go.
Oh, okay. There's that best set. Let's get her. Oh, careful.
Bacchus is on his way.
Gotcha. Copy that.
And I can take care of Morgan in the left lane.
Back is on his way.
Damn, he didn't realize that. Even invisible.
Hmm. Wow. Alright, we got 2 right.
There's no kind of fucking magical
On my
damage.
way.
Are you
Ultimate
serious?
is ready. Be careful left.
I'm gonna get a.
They're going.
How do you like that?
I'm on my way.
Not a thought.
Unbelievable. He got away.
That was fucking crazy.
You see how fast those motherfuckers run?
Mm-hmm.
The heat, the chill, the unknown.
Center. Now they're pushing left.
Oh, she's going left.
Yeah.
Watch out. Morgan could be coming middle.
Oh, bitch! Go for it again.
Ultimate is down.
She would have been dead though.
Hey, yeah, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. And I can't help.
Pull back, guys. Yikes! Whoever's in there.
Spree. Of timing. Ultimate is ready.
Wow.
Your left knee is under attack.
What the
Has been
fuck?
slain.
Fuck is coming from invisible?
Killing spree.
Ah!
Double kill.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my god, I teleported into his fucking game. Idiot.
Come on, man.
Your left phoenix.
Like, we don't have enough hitting power. What the heck is going on?
What's going on? I'm getting hit. I'm getting killed in one hit. Even when I'm invisible.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
Yeah, that the boxes is doing all damage. They don't have a
Your
fucking
Titan
tank.
is under attack.
They literally don't have a tank. They're all hitting hard.
Yeah, extra hard.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Gosh, middle.
I'm trying to hold those minions too.
No,
but yeah.
fuck the minions.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Killing spree. Okay.
What the?
Food hype actually does sound pretty good. All right, you know what?
Voice the sand. Walk the plank. An enemy turret slain.
Get the hex out of there. Okay, Bastet, I see you.
Right lane is pretty pushed up. You good on left?
Yeah, we need wards out in the center,
Marks the spot.
like here, so that we can see them.
Oh, shit.
Honestly, they're probably gonna go back to fire.
Yeah, they're probably on fire right
Ultimate is ready.
Mic on.
Well, if we go over there, we gotta be careful. Yeah, they got it already.
Yeah,
I'm just worried about this guy.
We can defend on our tank.
Retreat. Help! Help! Help!
now. Who needs help?
Yeah, fucking retreat.
No, that person's fine. I'm protecting them.
I'm not with you guys. I'm pushing up left a little bit more.
Ooh, pull back, Loki. Get back, get back, get back. Yeah, they hit hard.
Please.
That's probably the game.
My fault.
And they already got Phoenix anyway.
Yeah. Remember, the Phoenix won't save you, though.
The plan.
Ooh-wee.
Titans under attack. Shut down. I say, walk the plank.
Oh my god.
Look, Phoenix is about to respawn.
Left, yeah.
Empus Odia.
Damn, Bastard, really? Mid's about to come up soon. Bastard's going left, careful.
Walk the plank.
I'll hold mid. You guys all go left.
Ultimate is
They
down.
have 2 on left now.
Alright, we're coming in. Oh, oh.
Walk the plank.
Nice job. Loki, pull back, pull back. What you did was good. That one hit. Oh, you guys on the left.
We're good. She's
Okay.
falling back. We gotta clear out that last little. What the fuck you saw?
Walk the plank.
Fucking Argus just fucking sprinted towards her. Just clear out the last of the fire minions and we should be good. I'm coming towards you.
Right lane good.
Okay. Watch the left jungle.
Walk the plank.
Alright, I'm gonna go get wards.
We're gonna need them.
Aye, aye.
Alright. See what we got.
They not.
They're all left gold.
I know I'm gonna try and steal it.
Okay. Did we get it? Wow! Woo!
No, I'm gonna die though. I'm so gonna die.
Yeah, just retreat. Watch right lane.
I'm good. I'm good.
Please. An ally has been slain. Ultimate is down.
I forgot about that game, bro. How y'all doing?
Pushed over there.
Ooh, there we go. Hey, what's up, Zeus? What's going on, bro?
Hey, we gotta defend. We gotta
Oh, I see them at the base. I'm coming back.
Is under attack.
Oh, they got it. Dang it. Oh, no.
An ally has been slain.
They're all so fucking low. Like I can't stand the fact that they're so low.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had no help. Oh,
Josh, just defend.
Right.
Middle
Yep.
Phoenix is under attack. Your
Don't let him
middle
kill you though.
destroyed.
Charge out, charge out.
Your Titan is under attack.
Yeah, there you go. There you got it. 6 seconds.
oh no!
You got it, Josh. You got it, Josh.
Come on.
Rampage.
You should have went back.
Come on, you mobile.
Put your water out. Come on.
Attack! Attack! No!
What? Bro,
Why would
wanna
you
get
want them to
reported?
attack? Don't you want her to defend?
Right.
Yeah, attack the fucking guys. They're all like,
Most people, though, when you say attack, they want you to. What you mean is push.
yeah. Make it more clear next time, guys.
Fuck.
What the fuck?
I have no idea.
Retreat!
Watch that top right. What's going on up there?
Has been slain.
Shoot.
She's dead.
Yeah.
Alright. Maybe she'll get away. Yeah, she got away. Maybe no.
An
she's
ally
done.
has
Wow. They're going for fire again. Is it back up already?
Yeah.
I'll try to ward it real quick.
Maybe you
Dude,
can
what
steal
the
it.
fuck is going on with this box? I need
Fire's clear. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yeah, they're attacking the fucking
Killing
base. I'm
spree.
dead. That's game.
Titan's under attack.
How do you like that?
Yeah, frenzy pop.
Wow. It just had a better team composition. I mean,
We like
they rotated pretty well.
so low, we just couldn't fucking kill them.
All right.
Fuck that.
And that
Next time
last
I'm
one, like,
picking
they
my.
thought they were
I ain't
baking.
picking no.
Yeah. Well, if you guys don't like your role, just let one of us know. We'll switch.
Fire.
No, we tried. We tried. We gave it a try.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort. We held out for a lot longer than I thought we were.
All right.
Damn.
That was tough. You got booty spanked. But sometimes you got to get your butt whipped to learn your lessons. You know?
Mic off.
Yo, thank you guys. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. That's actually helping a lot. I didn't even think about that. Bum 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 ba-da-dum. The heck?
Mic on.
What is that sound? Muppets activate. You guys watching the Muppet Show?
That must be Josh, cause I don't hear shit.
I'm
Oh,
definitely
we talking
watching Muppets.
You guys need some mic adjustments.
You're hearing shit.
Bro,
His phone just went off.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I just heard a ringtone notification on a cell phone. Come on, bro. Solid says Speedy.
There what?
Yeah, Solid said, how come you never stay in his channel when he goes live, bro? Like, you're supposed to be a good friend.
Live? I'm in the fucking game with you.
Yeah, it don't
I'm
matter,
not
bro.
watching
I could be in a live and a game at the same time. That's what cell phones are for. Keep the stream open while you're playing.
Again, I'm scrolling to Facebook
Yeah.
where the game loads.
I
Mid-
bet you order
right?
pizza though while you're gaming with no problem, right?
Oh hell no, nigga. I went to work and on the way
I'm
back,
very-
my buddy stopped at the pizzeria and I was like, "Fuck that! I'm buying me something to eat."
Making me hungry, bro.
What was your question, Speedy?
What was mid is mage, right?
Yes, but you're not mid. You're support.
Oh come on, what is support then?
Support is typically a guardian or some type of heavy healer mage.
Well, how about this? I haven't played support yet. I'll be nice. Speedy, you can take mid. Go ahead and pick your mage.
Fuck yeah.
I'll be nice. See, that's what real friends do. And I got you, young daddy. I'll support you.
What the fuck you don't give me your role? You suck as fucking Serenos.
Yeah, I want to try this new chick out, man. She looked like she's pretty good. I see what her
Show you what
abilities do.
Fucking marksman actually does. Can we
She-
trade?
But I don't see her playing as a guardian though.
Blanca is solo.
Nah.
Defense force
I'm gonna go-
standing by.
Athena, screw it.
What the fuck? Oh.
It's probably Thor solo.
Solid's giving you the cool cat with the glasses look. Why are you being creepy over there, young daddy?
What do you mean?
Mhm.
You didn't want to fucking give me that fucking marksman spot.
I see you over
damn
there,
it.
bro.
Look at that fucking crappy level 1 Serenos.
The who? Oh.
You, as long as you're not a jungler, I don't care. You can take Hunter.
Man, you.
Armor
I could have
upgrade,
fucking done some
SCW.
damage, but no, you had to fucking stay with the marksman.
Umar.
Fuck. Forgot about my build. I'm so pissed. Yeah, I finally got a cool skin.
Ooh.
Cool skin.
This world is under my protection.
Bring it.
That is too sad.
Greetings. Goodness. Have fun.
I mean, I like the little like start boost they give you now. Like they used to never do that.
Decided.
What?
Poseidon.
Oh, sorry.
Not yet, not yet. I
Oh.
was gonna.
Minions have spawned.
What'd you get first?
That healing shit.
Weights and lies.
Like, no. For your abilities. Wait, come here. Come here, Poseidon.
But you just told me not yet.
Yeah, because the thing's not here. It's about to spawn though.
Oh.
That way you get hit it with your ability. I'll hit it with mine. Clear this shit. There you go. Boom. Wow, that's it. Alright, you can go. Thank you.
Sir. No problem.
See you around.
Yep, see you next time.
Again.
Thank you. Come again.
Hey, Poseidon, if you come towards the right side of that wall where I'm at, with XP.
I got you, young daddy.
There we go. You're good.
Oh, that was it?
Huh? Yeah, you should have got some of it. I'm dropping your red.
Young daddy, pull back.
Life begins anew.
Can't do anything.
How low is he?
He's real low.
I just need a moment to catch your breath.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh my god, wrong fucking dude.
Oh, Gonzo.
Alright, whatever. Dude, he like stepped right in front of him at the right time. I was like kind
Right.
of impressed, but kind of upset.
All good.
Mic off.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you guys are doing, though. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Let's grab this real quick, see what we're gonna do about with this. Let's keep it going. Let's see what's going on. I don't even know. Boom. Okay. You're welcome. I appreciate it big time.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Yeah, right, Jungle? Yeah. I love you a long time. Oh my god. Bum 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 bum. We gotta be careful. Appreciate it. Like, give it a shares.
You good? No.
Okay, so we need to figure out how we're gonna win this because I'm getting booty spanked pretty bad.
Mic
Hey,
on.
Speedy, I'm gonna drop your red buff on this side.
Rampant.
Thank you.
Posers.
Oh, like that one.
Up one.
Are you
Mic
guys
off.
doing alright on that side?
I'm gonna go with the let's go with the health item here.
I'm gonna come left. Yeah, I'm gonna come left.
Let's get this rolling in.
That's
Oof, FPS drop. What the heck is going on? How you do that? Do what? What do you mean? How you do that? I don't get it.
Titan's coming.
How
too.
you do that? What? Solid. I'm confused, bro.
An enemy has been slain.
Bum, bum. All right.
An enemy has been slain.
Good shit.
Mic
Good
on.
game.
Middle tower
Nice
is
job. Look at you guys.
tower is under attack.
I might have fucked up with Loki.
Jungle is in the left jungle.
Just fucking with you, Josh. I love you.
Aw.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm gonna see if I can beat this ass real quick.
Nope. They're back in left lane. I'm a hard back, Tricks.
Okay.
An enemy has been
So
slain.
you're special.
Alright, going back. Yeah, right,
Yeah, I'm
right
going
side.
back too.
No, here, get the right side real quick. If you just stand
I
by,
don't got
you'll
no
get
mana.
some. No. If you stand by me, I can take it down. You're good. Yeah, we'll hit this one real quick.
Well, with that, so there's a couple ways. If you scroll down to the donate button, you can donate whatever amount you want. Or you can do exclamation mark donate.
Thing behind you, Tricks.
Alright.
Or that one. Either one. Doesn't matter.
I wonder if I can. No, I'm not even gonna try that shit. It's too risky. Your red buff is down. Are they still? Are they pushing up on you guys?
Your middle
little bit
tower
up.
is under attack. Enemies in the right jungle tower is under attack.
Wow. Alright, where was that command? I gotta fix that.
Where's Tricks at? Tricks on hardback?
Yeah.
Weird.
Was a little awkward.
Because Nightbot does
Oh
it.
shit.
That's why. I wanted to edit that. Alright, I have to
We're
edit.
good. We're good. We're good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna come back towards middle.
Wow, Nightbot.
His ultimate's
See?
down. They're both coming through right there. Yeah, good shit. Good shit.
They could try.
Yeah,
Tower
no,
is
drop back,
under
drop back, drop
attack.
back. They're all fucking coming right there.
Purple's down for you, Tricks. Tricks, why are you so low?
Yay.
I don't think Tricks is really playing or talking at least.
No,
Enemy
he's
missing.
probably
Enemy
in the chat.
missing left.
Oh shit.
An ally has been slain. Enemy missing left.
They were deep there. Oh, there's
Killing
four. That's
spree.
the whole team?
Your middle
Yeah,
tower
their
is
whole
under
their whole
attack.
team is just about.
Damn.
Your team has destroyed
wanted me
a
back.
right enemy tower.
Mm-mm-mm.
They saw you, they were like, ooh, a treat. You alright over there, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they
Now.
Enemy missing
should be
left.
good because they've been. Whole team.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Now you gotta watch. You can knock it. Good.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
All right, whatever. All right, let me see here. Commands, custom. Right. Change this.
Come over mid to help y'all.
I have to back out. Oh, JK, I'm still here.
Oh, he got away.
Oh no, he didn't. You thought he was gonna get away, Poppy. Oh shit, who's this guy? Damn, I didn't see him coming.
That should be better.
He just alt. He alt here.
I knock my shit down. I knock your shit down too.
Oh shit, there's another one.
Weapon upgrade confirmed. Help is on the way.
Let's jump in, guys.
There you go. 49 damage.
Middle enemy tower. An enemy has been slain.
Wow.
An enemy has been slain.
Ooh wee.
Fuck.
An ally has been slain.
The fuck is his life?
Shut down.
An enemy has been
Ooh wee. Let me get out of there.
Hey, can we try and do Go Fury?
What is that? Oh, over here?
Yeah. Athena's kind of low though.
Mic on.
Yeah, I'll just help with the hits.
Well, here. Alright, I'm off of it.
I'm still here. Got the most health. Back up.
Ooh wee. Okay. Believe I can fly. By the way, for your info, young daddy, I was listening the whole time. Yikes.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Whoop. You will use your special for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. What's another 50 kilograms?
Yeah.
So it looks like dual lanes back in their lane. Mid's missing and then doors on the right.
Yeah, man, missing. He misses all. They moved to the spawning.
Double kill.
Woo! Parcel delivery, baby. Order up.
Nice job.
Ooh. I'm coming, young daddy.
Yeah, there. Nope, you're good.
Can we do this real quick? No? Okay. Alright, we're
Nope.
good. We're good.
Okay.
On my way. Take middle lane.
I'm on it. Coming around behind him. I got him.
Your left tower.
Oh, I got him.
Oh. I didn't.
Slain an enemy.
Stand down.
We can definitely take this fucking
Enemy missing
right tower though.
I will never yield, even if I die.
Oh shit. Nope.
Be careful in the jungle. An ally has been slain.
Who's the demon?
Your left tower is under attack.
Huh? Who? What?
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right.
Yeah, Poseidon, you got this, bro. I see you coming in. He's pushing back, though. I'm gonna make him think like I'm not pushing up. You got that gank. Just watch his minions.
There you go, Shivalaki. Fucking hit that ass. There you go.
Nice.
Put in his face.
He got away. But the thing he don't know, I'm about to get my special.
He's coming back at you.
I know. Oh,
Use your
I got
ultimate,
no
bro.
mana.
Use your ultimate.
Be
I
right
didn't have
back.
enough mana.
Just need a moment to catch breath.
Yeah, it is.
Mic off.
You'll get it set up solid. You'll get it set up, bro. It doesn't really take hard. Just gotta direct it like where you want it to go, you know?
They're at tower.
I don't know. Maybe I should do that, or should I do this?
It's under attack.
Armor upgrade, STW.
Mic on.
Go ahead, Mercury. I'll teleport in. Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm coming in.
I'm going in with you. Nice, nice. There you go, Mercury. Go, 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 go. Oh, the gank is real. Where's everybody else? Okay. Never mind.
I was still in the spot.
All right, Gonzo. You took one out, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
If my crit was fully on, if my life steal was online,
Killing spree.
I feel like it would have been very. It would have worked out better.
What do you still have to set up, though, Sally? Like, I thought you said you finished it.
There we got fucking.
Has been slain.
Sure. What's another 50 kilograms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, you got ganked.
I might have to play this on my Xbox. I don't know, but is it running pretty smooth for you guys? It looks like it's running smooth, right?
Almost.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know.
Double kill.
Conquest, I lag. I don't even get 100 and I don't know why.
Shut down.
Oh, that's Josh.
Double
I'm really
kill.
thinking that. That was
What?
Josh.
Oh, Vulcan knocked me off. Fuck.
Whoa! Oh no!
What the fuck did he build? He fucking chunk it. Fucking a Muzenkan? He's hitting hard.
Getting them hits, getting them hits.
Oh, I'm gonna try it.
Wow.
Rampage.
Done that.
Killing spree.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Yep.
An ally
So you ain't going to work.
Dude, I thought you guys were still alive. That's why I did that. In the middle, I was like,
No, they
I was like, I could do that. I could do that. I could get away with something like that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All right, let's see what else we got here, guys.
There you go, Shabalanka.
Bum ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum.
No, that nigga's a beast.
Bum bum ba ba bum 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 ba ba bum.
Mic on.
All right, boys, let's get serious. Seriously, dude, you little chicken wish, you better run. Little chicken food nugget.
Hey, you guys can probably do gold. I'm gonna put my speed buff and I'll be on my way.
Copy that.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Ouch. Let's hit these camps up, Poseidon. Get leveled up here.
Right lane.
I got you, buddy.
Okay. Watch left tower.
Your left tower is under attack. Thanks. This ought to do.
Nice, get him, get him, get him! Woo! Chillalalala.
An ally has been slain.
I'm just about all set up right now.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
All right,
has been destroyed.
mid's getting ganked. Coming, Gonzo.
Enemy missing right.
Oh, you retreated, right?
Yeah, I'm. I think someone just blinked here.
I think so.
Don't know who or where they were going, but they definitely did.
You know what kind of rhythm I'm feeling right now?
Right tower is under attack.
Rhythm of the night.
Oh, you knew I was gonna say that.
Because he knows you.
Jeez, Gonzo, this is the rhythm of the night. Oh yeah. I feel like watching Night of the Night Roxbury.
Doors and left jungle.
Gotcha.
I'm
Well,
right.
left is push, so we're good. Looks like they're gonna be trying to gank right.
Oh, doors on me.
Oh wow, they're all here.
Mm-hmm. I'm coming. I'm coming.
They're all going that way now.
Enemy ultimate down.
Damn, they didn't do shit.
Wow.
You seen that? It didn't do no damage.
Slain an enemy.
They all, or, I think, yeah, they use their Aegis.
Be right back. Ram.
Come on. What the?
Retreat.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can retreat now because they're taking you all out. Oh, on the young daddy, run.
That was awkward.
Emilio. Hey. Oh, I feel like doing yoga. Hold on. Let me stretch.
Josh, just back. 'Cause
Mic off.
it's just a tier 2.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, just back up.
Get back in there, guys. Get back in there, boys. The hell am I doing? I need some items. We're gonna do some. I need some boots. Let's go over traveler boots. Why not? Not really worrying about damage too much. And then we're gonna do some. Where the hell is it? Oh, right here.
Weapon upgrade confirmed.
Okay. Nice little boost. Let's keep it up and keep it rolling.
Enemy missing middle.
All the teammates look okay. Oh no.
Fire giant forwarded.
Alright. Oh.
Mic on.
Josh.
Left jungle.
Enemies in the right jungle.
There was two at the not pyro. What's the other one?
Alright, level up here, guys. I'm under level like a son of a gun. I watch that left.
Shit.
Yeah, get out of there. You gotta be like that movie, Book of Life. Run for your life!
There's people on the. Yeah, watch it, Josh. There's two of them together.
There you go. Very nice, very nice. Keep it up, keep it up. Nice ults, nice ult, nice. Let's help left lane.
Shut down. Take left
Alright.
lane.
Nobody's over there. I can't teleport.
Left tower has been
They're
destroyed.
probably gonna. No, they're gonna keep going.
Who's over there?
Hun bats, watch it.
I got
He
triple.
got ganked.
No, yeah, is it just a bat? If I can take this tower.
It's the remaining three people alive.
I know.
Here comes Hun bats, watch it.
Over there. If they're all over
They're all
there,
enemy tower.
I can probably get it. Nope, can't get a Phoenix. Forget it.
Oh, watch it. No, don't attack Hun bats. He's gonna respawn. Okay. Oh, infection. Giving us the plague virus.
Yeah, he gave me the herpes.
Attack fire giant. Attack.
Herpes is almost like the period. You only get it when it's that time of the month.
Retreat.
Oh!
Oh shit.
Hey, I'm trying to. Nope, forget it.
Nope. Retreat. I ain't got no money.
I'm gonna I'm making my way down, walking fast. Just hold on, Tina.
Come on.
Rampage!
No.
Hey, Daddy, don't worry about gold if you can't solo it, bro. Help the team out.
Well, I was trying to make sure
I was
guys
getting
were
mana.
retreating.
We're good.
They all went mid.
Come get your buff thingy over here if you can make it.
Ooh, I feel like watching Dracula.
That was awkward. Josh, drop back. They're gonna push up towards you.
An ally has been slain.
That was an understatement.
Understand? I think he warned you.
No, I'm
She's
saying
done
like
this.
as soon as he said that though, they
He knew.
two turned
well, because they
turned from the backside,
once the
and then the other two
fucking
came from
gold,
the other way.
that gold went off, I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
they're definitely gonna be pushing.
I'm coming in. Go ahead and push. I'm pulling them in. Grab them. Take them out. Goodbye. Top mid. Oh no, that's that stupid guy. Oh, these are easy ones. Oh, okay, cool.
Here, do you wanna take a wave with me?
Be careful, right?
Watch it, watch it, watch it. Vulcan's coming.
Alright, Thor's over here too.
An enemy has
Get
been
out of my
slain.
face. Get out of your face.
An ally has been slain.
I see Thor.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking rip this.
He's coming to gank you.
There's no one in right lane right now,
He's coming to ult you. Careful.
so be careful. They all might be pushing that way. There's not a single person. Right.
No, I was on the right.
He teleported. Oh, don't kill him. Don't kill him yet.
Killing spree.
Ah!
They're all over there.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, fight that one.
Take this jungle.
She has been doing pretty decent.
Right. Ooh.
That Thor is like a little bit of an issue though.
Got 2 in mid, 3 in mid.
Enemy missing.
Good chasing.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh, I see somebody coming in with the gank. I see Poseidon coming in. Poseidon, watch it. They're coming. They know you're there.
Oh, watch out for a moving shot.
I think it's too tanky. We need to attack the other ones.
Eat you up, boy. Eat you up, boy. Are they all dead?
Almost. One more left. There you go. Everybody group up in like 8 seconds.
Fire or Phoenix? Yeah,
No,
we can do either.
we can do a fire and, we can probably end. We have a minion behind us.
Ready? Oh, we got minions. Yeah, I'll.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, now I'm gonna pull back. Good.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy base.
All right, here we go. We got this. GG. Good.
Good kick.
Mic
How you
off.
do it, boys?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, I'm heading to bed. It's fucking. I can't play games with you guys.
Why?
Mic on.
You say it like it's a bad thing.
17 in the morning. Yeah, I have an
That-
appointment. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning.
Ah, gamers drink caffeine, bro. You're fine. Take some stimulants. Take some herbal stimulants. You'll be all right.
I'm ready to go night night.
You need an EpiPen, bro?
No.
You want an adrenaline shot? I got those ones you stab your thigh with.
That yes, please. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Alright, sis.
All right.
Take it easy.
Good job, guys. Good job. So proud of you all. Woo!
Ugh. Well, I think
Alright.
that's gonna be.
I think I'm forever stuck in my player level. I can never upgrade my level, bro. It takes so long.
I think I'm getting off too, though.
Okay, okay.
I'll be back. I'll be on in the morning. Kids again. Ashley works. I got the kids at starting from 6 o'clock in the morning, so in 5 hours. So if any of you guys are up in 5 hours, I'll be on about. I'll probably be on no later than 7. So 8 o'clock the latest, I guess. But I'll catch you guys on.
No problem, no problem.
Alright, buddy.
All right.
Take it easy, bro. Damn, everybody just dip. Too bad Gordo doesn't have Xbox Party or Xbox app on his phone. He can join the party chat.
Oh, he's doing the party chat?
But he does Discord though. He knows how to do Discord. He's on Discord all the time. I see him. That's a true gamer right there. Yeah, Discord's good, bro. You just gotta get used to it. Like honestly, gaming companies, developers, communities, everything. Discord is the way to go, dude. I mean, social media is good, but Discord is like more in depth. Like you actually get more involved with the community. You know, like when I want to check out a game, like there's some games that are in alpha. We get there, we have like discussions and topics, and you meet other players, you meet new friends. Like it's amazing and how great Discord can be. But I just think a lot of people don't use Discord the way it should. A lot of people just kind of use it thinking it's like a private message type thing. It's not.
No, that's just a fucking hassle. Once you get the hang of it, I guess. It's
Yeah.
easy.
Dude. Damn, just us two? I don't know if I want to switch up games or what. I don't know what to do. I've been kind of smiting it up for like, wow, 4 hours. Holy mackerel.
You can play something else if you want.
Right. Just like Jay said, yeah, it's not Yahoo Messenger. Yo, remember when Yahoo Messenger had chat, bro? We used to like chat with people online. That was so weird. Bunch of bots on there. Good old days. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Trying to think what game I haven't played in a while. Oh my god, MSN Messenger, ICQ. What was the other one? Pat Talk. There was some more too. There was a bunch. Wow. I don't even have this command anymore. That's from when I used to have a website. Jeez, that's old. I used to spend a lot of money on my stream, bro. I stopped doing all that. I used to have game servers. I used to have my own personal website. That stuff cost money. I had to buy a domain, a hosting. You know, pay somebody to do the website. It was just too much. I had to shut it down.
So what you gonna play now?
I don't know. Let me see. Let me see what's going on. I know I was supposed to game with a couple people, man, but they just weren't accepting. You know how like people are like on their Xbox, but they're not on their Xbox? That stuff's annoying.
Either they're passed out or...
Yeah, now they want to get off. Wow. Yeah. Honestly, though, if it wasn't for Young Daddy, I probably would have just been playing a single-player game, really, to be honest.
You know what?
I said if it wasn't for Young Daddy inviting me or wanting to get on some games, this was before everybody else got out, I would have just probably played some, I'm trying to complete some games off my hard drive. But I haven't multiplayered in a while. Yeah, I've been doing Minecraft on the weekends, and then I've been doing like, what was it? Oh no. It was nice to play Smite though, because I haven't played this in forever. It was kind of nice to play it again. Let me see. Got this Game Pass and I haven't even played most of the game. Right, look at that. They're voting for games I don't have right now. J13 is just trolling me. He wants me to play last year, and then Solid wants me to play Deathmark. What is Deathmark? I'm gonna look this up. I keep hearing it. Deathmark. What the hell is that?
I think that's the game he plays.
Yeah, Deathmark. Oh, it actually looks kind of cool. But judging by the looks of it, don't tell me it's PlayStation exclusive. No, it's not.
I don't know what he plays it on. I know he plays it.
It's a horror visual novel adventure. Ah, I like horror games.
Having fun. It's like a mystery game.
Well, let me see. It's actually on Steam, so now we're talking my platform here. Yeah, single player games, bro. I usually play on PC. Like, I just don't see the point of playing it on Xbox. Like, I use Xbox for multiplayer. It's got good reviews.
He be broadcasting it. Just saying.
Oh, okay. I see the type of game style it is. Not bad. So it is a visual novel. It's kind of like a slideshow animated horror gaming. Let me actually look at some actual game. I don't want no spoilers, but let's see.
Hey guys, welcome to Sheen or Deathmark.
A lot of reading. Screen switches pictures. Yeah, so there's no like actual like movement. It's okay, so it's definitely, I get it. At least it's in English though.
I'll leave it up to you guys what you want to see first. And
Interesting. Don't know if it's a game I will buy though. I don't know how much it's going for. Let me see. It might be cheaper on PC if I can get a stream or a key for it. $50? Oh no. Not for a visual game. You're out of your mind. That's like a $20 game. Again, I don't know the whole game, but for what I'm looking at, I'm not seeing $50. This must be fan base. There's no way. Oh, they make other games, I think, too. While I'm not a fan of the visual novel, usually, the game was overall enjoyable. Chilling, nice music, good story overall if you are looking for a horror mystery experience. Let's look at a negative review. Not that many. The control is so bad that I can't bear it anymore. There's no skip option. You have to repeat walking, searching, talking over and over again in very slow mode after dead. I played almost 7 hours and a half and of them spending on repeating. I really love the story, but seems difficult to keep on playing. Wow. Why am I looking at the wrong one? Why is it $50? Buy Spirit Hunter Death Mark? $50? Hmm. Let's see here. Mark. It's $44 here for PlayStation U. I don't know.
Mic off.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, let's take a look here, guys. So we have the I don't know what I'm. Hold on, give me a second here. Hmm. Yes, you are solid. Yes, you are. Speaking of that, there's something in. Look at Jay.
Mic on.
Hold on, give me 1 second, bro. Hold on, okay?
That what?
Mic off.
Yeah. There's a lot of places you can go to get some. Yes, just you can check online or make your own using like Photoshop or something. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
Remote?
I don't know. What do you think there, Jay? What do you think there, bro? Okay, what are we doing here, guys? Probably gonna take a break on Smite, to be honest. Let's go ahead and exit out of here. Okay. What time is it? 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so we already passed 4 hours, right? Now, we did have a pretty nice sub today. That's good. That's a good milestone there. I think, alright, so I don't have Deathmark. I don't have last year. Those are out of the question. Really, Jay? So that game you were showing me, so how long would it take to get a key for it? No, wait, this one's single player. Wait, which one are you just sign up by joining Discord? What? Oh, it is a cooperative escape room game. Holy shoot. Oh man, it means we're gonna be waiting for a while. Okay, so it shows here you can play in single player if you want, but the puzzles are very tricky to the more minds you have working on them together. Sign up for the beta to see if you can crack the room's devious puzzles, or if you're going to be trapped in there forever. Okay, so this is it on Steam. There's no way to get it. It's gonna release in early 2020. Get a beta key on our Discord. Closed beta starts today. Gosh, man. I'm full. Like, I'm full on servers. Kelso, what's going on? How are you? My server list is full. I'm like, this is getting crazy. What do I want to leave? I don't know. Maybe this one. Server. All right, so join it again. It should pop up on here. Okay. All right, so I'm under Discord right now. Not much channels you can do here. Doesn't really say much. Beta sign up. Okay. Are you looking for the beta key of Mad Escape Room? You come to the right channel. Just ask here and you will receive match. All right, so we gotta wait for that one. So that's out of the question for now, then, Jay. What game? The game is called Mad Experiments, Escape Room. So it seems more of a like a puzzle game, but it's like co-op and you guys work together. It looks interesting. Something different, you know. Why not? Let's go for it. All right, let me move this server somewhere. Like, hopefully we'll get a message on it. Things I always got to do this shenanigan. This is offline. Yeah, I believe it. It's just pure users. They have about 200 people. Do I have Bleeding Edge on PC? Probably not, bro. Bleeding Edge. What is that? Like Steam, right? Dude, it's just so many games. Edge. Not on Steam. Is that fighting game? Oh yeah, I see it. Let me look at gameplay. I think this is on Game Pass. Yeah, it does have like that Borderlands look to it. I don't know, it looks kind of iffy. I see capture points like A, B, and C. Those like Turf Wars. It's like a third-person Overwatch, I think. Ooh, and it's in technical alpha. Oh wait, no, the alpha's done. It's in beta now? Alright, so we'll wait for that key. As for that game, if it's on Xbox, I'll probably just play it on there, to be honest. I can't really put too many more games on my PC right now, guys. I gotta clear up space. I'm in the process of cleaning up the hard drive. Unnecessary files, and I'm completing games as we speak. So the GTFO beta is done for, so let me just uninstall that because the game actually came out now. That should clear up some space too. Okay, we need to figure out what we're gonna do here, guys. I don't know, it is kind of late. I really don't know what to play. Yeah, nah, I don't think I did. If I did, let me check Windows real quick. Bleeding, nothing's popping up. You said it was Xbox Insider, so it had to be through the app, right? Bleeding Edge is right here. Play Bleeding Edge with your Xbox Game Pass or console. Dude, this is not oh, they do have a PC version. How do you know if a game is crossplay or not? Probably not. I don't know if it's gonna work for me, bro. Because I do have the Game Pass, but only for Xbox. Because like Discord gave me a free Xbox Game Pass. It's not for PC. I don't have the Ultimate. I didn't get the 3 months for $1 because I already had a current subscription. I don't think it's gonna let me download on PC. Shoot. I do see it here though. It is a Play Anywhere, so I don't know. I gotta beat that horror game. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Might even do retro tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna do retro game or story game tomorrow, but I'll decide. All right, Bleeding Edge. I think I downloaded for X. Not 100% sure though. Yeah, I have my Xbox nearby. It's right next to me. It's just I have more space on there. Yeah, I think I'll just do it for Xbox. I'm gonna be honest. Let me move this. It's over here. Oh, am I looking at space? Yeah, we're getting some space now. Let me get out of this party chat. I don't need to be on here no more. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. We could do Minecraft. All right, well, what do you want to do? Do you want me to put on my Xbox? Or do we want to do the... do we want to do... Okay, you know what? Let's you, Jay. I don't know. Do we have any subs here, guys? We'll do a sub request. So far, I'm seeing Minecraft and Bleeding Edge. So Bleeding Edge is part of the Game Pass. So that is an option. You know what? I think I'm going to just play Minecraft on PC. I'm just going to... That is true too. Okay, well, in any case, while we're here, we're gonna go into the... First, we gotta go into this. Why does it look like that? Okay, so here's the Bleeding Edge game right now. Let's see. Do I play Fortnite? Not so common. Sometimes, but not really often. I'm not sure how long it takes to download. It depends. If it doesn't cut my internet off. Alright, so here it tells me to install. How big is the game? Either way, I know I got room on here, so it's all good. The heck? Maybe I just needed the an update for it? No way it was that fast. Wow. Wow. Can't play it, bro. This is too early. What? Okay, I'm stumped. I need help. What the heck is going on here? Got a trailer to watch for this? They should, I think. Let me see. This game doesn't have it does. Oh, it's still in beta. Wow. Oh yeah, then I can't play it then. I guess you have to pre-order to get the beta. Well, yeah, there's no actual video on here. I wish there was. They're not even showing anything. Seriously? Why does this have to be so complicated? Alright, so we're gonna try the Insider app, see what's happening here, guys. Where's my webcam doing it? Nope, I want to see Minecraft, PUBG, and Twitch. That's it, bro. That's it. All I see. Yeah, we played Brawlhalla a couple times. I played it more, I think, on Steam when it was like early alpha or like beta even. I haven't played it so much lately. Yeah, this ain't working, Jay. Nope, not here, bro. What is that? Is that like a FF Maxima? Is that like a ATV game or something? Kelso? Oh, Minecraft has an update. Oh, and PUBG. Holy moly. I do have the new Call of Duty. Final Fantasy. Take a while. Yeah, if you want to add me on Call of Duty, you can. Like the next time I go on, you're more than welcome to join me. Or not. Right. Yeah. Final Fantasy. I mean, I could. It's gonna be hard, Yassin. Honestly, it's hard. Trust me. We're not like doing head to head or anything. No, I never signed up for the beta. Well, that works too. That works too. Oh man. Yeah, it didn't even let me install. Well, let me see. Let me check again. Or did my Game Pass expired? No, it should have. It says available March 24th, 2020. Yeah, it tells you you can play Bleeding Edge with your Xbox gamepad for console or by Bleeding Edge. Yeah, I can't play it on a PC, bro. It won't let me. Oh, you're talking about the Final Fantasy Maxima. Okay, duh. Why? What am I talking? I'm sorry. My bad. That completely flew over my head just now. Big time. You got it for PC? Yeah, I don't know. Because I got Game Pass for Xbox only. I don't have it for Windows 10. I don't have the Xbox Game Pass Ultimate or anything like that. Wow, that works. Look at that. Look at that. Texting on your Xbox? Kelso, don't worry about it. I don't care about spelling, guys. I do terrible myself. Okay, so yeah, Bleeding Edge I think is out of the question for now, Jay. It's not working. What if we're... Wait, the Final Fantasy Maxima? Kelso, you didn't have to buy it. Because I could play it on Game Pass. I think, or did they check it out? After parties on here? Oh my gosh. Maybe they added new games? Wow, they added a lot of Fallouts too. Not bad. Please don't tell me you took out Outer Worlds. I still gotta beat that game. Wow, really, Jay? So that's out of the question. What the heck is Final Fantasy? Did I pass it? I think it's towards the bottom. Why did they put Rage 1 or Rage 2 on here? Oh, they added new games, guys. Some of these I don't remember. Discord would be best, but FB or Twitch works too. Either one, doesn't matter. Just let me know which one you send it and I'll do it. Yeah, it came out not too long ago. I was playing it and I just kind of stopped. I should just play it on Xbox. Probably runs at like 4K full frames. I don't have to worry about it because I think I had issues. Discord, yeah, Discord would be great. Yeah, I don't even see Final Fantasy. Maybe it was under M? Wait, I don't even think I've seen Devil May Cry. shoot, they removed some games? I'm in trouble now. I didn't even finish Devil May Cry. Hold on, maybe it's only for the Xbox Game Man. Let me check the game streaming on my phone. Maybe it's only for that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Wasteland 3, right? No, I can play Devil May Cry on my phone. What the heck? Right before F 2019. Darksiders. Devil May Cry would be right around here, and so is Dead by Daylight, but I can't do it on Xbox? Yeah, no, it's only on the phone. I can't do it on the... Oh, different. Yep, I see the World of Final Fantasy Maximal right here. It's right before World of Tanks. Begins with a W. World. To be a little bit after Vampire. Yeah, it's not on here, bro. Neither is State of Decay 2. Yeah, so the okay, so the game preview app actually has different games in the Game Pass. I didn't even know that. Wow. So these are just game preview compatible. That's all it is. Hey, what's up, Alter? Yeah, we just did like 4 hours of Smite. We're about to switch, hopefully. I don't know. This is more of a just chatting stream right now. Right now we're just going over games. Yes, I did, Jay. You need to go easy on the opponents, bro. Yeah, so Maximal's not on here, but it is on my phone. How do I do this? Hold on, give me a second here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, the Elgato was covering it. I'm sorry, guys. Like that. Anyway, so here's the phone. So I go into the game preview app, and actually, like, so World of Final Fantasy is actually right there, and like some of the games are a little different here. But it works. I would feel bad, Kelso, if you know, I don't want you to have to like spend money on it if we don't have to. You used to play PC or Xbox. I do both. I do both. Look at this guy. That's awesome. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, we do majority use the majority is PC for the most part. Okay, Kelso, no problem. All right, and you sent it on Discord, right? I think I'm still waiting on the or wait, did you send it in the? Oh no, send it in the DM, bro. Oh wait, that's Jay pulling the screen. Jay. Oh man, the heck was that? Oh. Okay, let's close that up. That up. So that's cool. At least if I ever want to play mobile games, I believe the sound should carry through no problem. It's a physical disc? Oh. I'll let you know, Kelso. Yeah, I'll message you on Discord. I got you, bro. I thought you had like a key. All right. All right, we need to figure out what we're doing here, guys. What we doing here? All right. Do we want to do a story, or do we want to do some multiplayer? We're gonna make it easy. We're gonna cast a vote, okay? And then we're gonna break down these votes, guys. First, let me go ahead and get a wonderful little poll there for guys. All right. What type of game should I on the? Okay. And then first, we're gonna do story. Multiplayer game. I'm gonna let you guys cast the votes. Close that first. Timer, we'll do 3 minutes, right? Okay. Start it up. Let's get this going right now. I think I have it to where I can show you guys. Or maybe not. Yeah. There we go. All right. So anyway, so there's our nice beloved little thing, guys. So we got story game or multiplayer game. What would you guys like? Get that up there. Look at Jay. Bum, 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 bum. You know what I'm gonna do? We close this app and we check it on my other account just to kind of see if we are. That's crazy. I thought they'd. I'm gonna take a quick peek at the board real quick. All right, so we got multiplayer and story game, guys. What do we want to do here? I don't think so, bro. I just see a bunch of like other stuff. We got 50 seconds. Yeah, I don't see myself on there. Sadly. Maybe just in this section, but not the actual board. That sucks. Yeah, only the gaming side. Yeah, unfortunately. Sadly though, a lot of these people, if they get like a gift here and there or a star, it'll help push them up, but I mean, in a way, I still appreciate it big time. I'm not gonna say no. Alright guys, that's it. Timer is almost up. 4, 3, 2, one. What one? Story game? All right, so now we have to pick a story. It's rigged, yeah. It sucks, man. I wish they just fix it. Wait, didn't you guys vote multiplayer? Wait, did you guys switch the vote or something? Let me go back at the vote. What the heck? Oh yeah, you guys did vote. What the heck? You know, I never played Hellblade. I thought you voted multiplayer. Oh, Kelso voted. Wait. Oh, you know why? Kelso came right at the end, right where the countdown was ending, and voted. So because there was a tie, it automatically chose one. Yeah, I seen what happened now. Kelso came in with the sneakiness. He came in towards the end. It was 1-1. Thank you. Look, see, I wasn't really paying attention entirely. I had to look. All right, so story game is the winner. Okay, so we finished the first votes. Now I want to list 4 games. Okay, everybody can pick one game, and then we'll vote. We can do that if you guys want. Or do we just, no, let's see here. Hold on, let me double check here. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the poll. We're going to refresh this. We're going to do, which story game play on? All right. I know you said Darksiders 3 or Hellblade. Kelso, if you had to choose one, which one would you rather choose? Oops. Did all the updates roll in? Some of these games I'm never gonna play like this. Get rid of some of these really. Wait. Oh, these ain't even games that I have installed. Oh, wrong spot. Okay. It takes a lot of explaining, really, to be honest. It's more so you just need the stream software. You know, you download OBS and you just kind of practice. You know, set up some PNGs, some WebM files. You know, you can make your own overlays. You can download them online. You know, but if you want your own unique overlays, either you have to make them or hire somebody to make them for you. Let Jim choose Darksiders 3 or Maxima. Okay. I have no clue for a story game. Okay. You're all new to this? Hey, you gotta be new sometime, right? Ugh, Final Fantasy would be weird. Like, I know I have to finish 9. But I'm almost done. I'm at the end of the game, guys. I'm almost done with that Final Fantasy. Once I finish that, I will need to choose another Final Fantasy. It's either going to be 7, or because I'm getting a lot of requests for Maxima, I might just actually just do that instead. I just feel kind of bad. I know Final Fantasy is like a weird game to live stream because it's very grindy. So maybe some episodes I'll just do YouTube videos. I don't know, but I like live streaming. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like YouTube, but I like live streaming. It's like, I don't know. All right, let's figure this out. All right, so Jim, go ahead and pick a story game. Kelso, go ahead and pick a story game. We got a couple other names in here, but I'm not going to shout out lurkers. Maxima's not grindy. That's good. You know what? Let's make it easier. Not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to open up a raffle. many subs we have in here? I don't think we have that many, so I'm not gonna do a sub only. My list, yeah. I'll go slowly as I'm speaking. Make them talk, right? Watch this. This is the way to test it. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, and then what about my VIP? My subs. Got 4 of you guys lurking in here. Look at that, see? Okay. Alright. Got you guys. COD fan? I used to be big time. Used to be. I used to love Call of Duty. I kind of fell out for a while. Like for a long while. I completely skipped Black Ops 4 and I skipped World War II. I forgot about Layers of Fear, and they made a part 2. I just remember that. Hey, got people coming in. Yeah, people want to watch. But we're just trying to figure out a game right now. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Honestly, some of them you can kind of tell by looking at their VIP level. If they have a VIP next to the name, they're mostly legit. My computer's is 42 degrees Celsius, guys. I need to put the fan on. All right. Right? Oh, you know what? We never finished this game, Jay. So the State of Decay 2? True. Very true. Like I said, you guys can pick one game. That'll be you and Kelso so far. You know, we'll take it from there. Let me go to the ready to install. These are games I just don't have installed. Wait, I have Anthem? Wait, what? Yeah, I'm about to put it over here so I can see better. I'm breaking my neck. Hey, how the heck do I have Anthem? This was the demo. We can hide this from the list. That's weird. I don't remember buying this game. Oh, it's Game Pass. Okay. But why would it... Oh, that's interesting. Alright, so here's some of the ones for the other ones, yeah. Okay, so these were all betas, so let me just hide these from the list. I don't like having these appear, it's annoying. This was actually a really fun game, but I don't think they've ever finished it. Yo, I am so mad about this, right? So I bought this Final Fantasy when it came out, and I was so mad because what it was a prologue with the HD. I think it's this one. I was so mad. I said, screw that. I spent like $60 on this thinking that it was Final Fantasy, and it was not. I was so, yeah, I thought it was Final Fantasy 15. I was so heated, and I just said, screw it. I'm not buying it again. I was aggravated. I did not pay attention when I purchased it. I didn't know this was a prologue. Learned my lesson. Very smart tactic they did, by the way. What is this? Halo Insiders. I don't even know what that. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of stuff. You know. I don't know. Bunch of Lego games. Look at that. Holy macaroni. Never finished Life is Strange, but I don't think it's the whole game. I think it's just like pieces of it, though. Thank you. Yes, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the help. I really do. You know, if things work out, we'll start doing some more things over here. I hope so. You know, it just this side of of town is just hasn't really been too well. Thank you, Hit Puma Gaming. How are you? Hi. I game share. I have 15. Right. I know a lot of you guys would love to game share with me, and I really appreciate it, guys. It's just, I know you only get what 3 shares a year, and then you have to wait. Yeah, they give us Lego games for sure. Oh yeah, forgot about this game. Never finished. Wait, what? Wait, I think I downloaded this for PC though. Yeah, I forgot about this. Wow. Man, we can get rid of this demo. All right, so if we're doing a story game, what do you guys want? Do you want action? You want adventure? Do you want like exploration? Do you want RPG? Do you want okay, here's what we can do. There's just so many decisions to make. I mean, we can work on a new story campaign game, or do we want to finish something that we've done? See, every time I see this baseball game, I always think of the Mega Bubble Trouble, whatever, the pink bubblegum strips, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, I think of that every time I see that thing. Toy Story 3, what the heck? Bum, 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 bum. Yo, whatever happened to Dynasty Warriors? Is that still a thing? That's it. But Game Pass has got a bunch of games now too. Finish FF7. I haven't played FF7 yet. Play Sleeping Dogs. I've never played Sleeping Dogs. Oh, but thank you. I appreciate it, Hit Puma. Appreciate the compliment. I mean, the gum and the chew package. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Final Fantasy 9. I have it on my phone that I'm playing. So, I can connect my phone to the computer, take the save file, put it to my desktop. We can do that, or just play it off my phone. It would be weird because I would be mobile streaming at my desk. But we can do that. Yeah, pretty much so. But Jay knows what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Action? Yeah, I'm just stumped. Like, I'm trying to figure out what to play here. I mean, I have a couple ideas, but sometimes I like to let the stream decide, you know, instead of just me. Wait, they banned the candy cigarettes? I don't doubt it. Thank you, Hippo, man. Well, you know, I want to say, like, everybody has, like, different commentary, right? Everybody has, like, different quality, different content, different ways of doing things. It's just, I know what you're saying, though. I do get that kind of compliment periodically, and I always appreciate it big time. You know, a lot of times the big influencers don't really pay attention to the community. You know, they want to, and sometimes you can't blame them. You got to understand too, if they got like 1 million subscribers, they can't like say hi 1 million times a day. You know, they just kind of focus on whatever highlights them, or they just kind of skim through. Like, you just can't read every comment. It's really hard. Yeah, I don't believe it, Jay. Okay, so Kelso said Final Fantasy 9, so I'm gonna put that as one of them, right? Okay, we're gonna do a poll here, guys. We're gonna make this easy, because if not, I know we're gonna be here all day. Final Fantasy 9. All right, and Jay, which one did you say? Jay, go ahead and pick one game. What one game would you choose? Let's see. How do I want to do this voting? I will let you guys switch votes if you want to switch. You just re-vote again, okay? Multiple votes? Nah, because people get confused. Or they have like 20,000 viewers. Kind of hard to pay attention to the chat. Yeah, true. Darksiders 3. All right. Darksiders 3 looks interesting. I never played the series, so I don't know what it's about. Like, is that a game that I want to play 1 and 2, or just play 3? All right, so Kelso's got 2 games. Jay, I'll let you pick 2. It want to be story driven? Well, if it has kind of a story mode, I guess we can. Do I like Fortnite or PUBG? I used to play a lot of PUBG. More so mobile when it came out. Not so much anymore. In Fortnite I played probably until up to season 3, and I just kind of backed away from it. You don't know many story-driven games? True. The game drives you crazy? I know, bro. Okay. That's what Battle Royales do, though. I think they drive anybody crazy. We did some Apex earlier. I am very bad at that game. I played it on my Xbox, and I did really trashy. I might play it for PC if I play it again. Oh, Pakistan. Nice. Nice. Yeah, for you guys, it's morning right now. Yeah, for me, it's like almost 3 a.m., so I'll be getting off soon. Okay. All right, so Jay doesn't know any really story games. I'll put one game, and Jay, you pick 2 games. One leaves, but that's like a co-op horror game, wasn't it? We'll put it. We'll just put it. One leaves, because I have that on Windows 10, I think. Hold on, let me check. One leaves, I got it right here. Okay, so I do have it installed on PC. What is this? To your horror, you find yourself at a blah 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 blah. There are 3 others unfortunate enough to join you. So wait, it's 4 players? A voice explains that only one of you will get out. You will need to breathlessly an abandoned high school, creepy hospital, a terrifying morgue, and seemingly the depths of hell itself. Race against the peers. You will need to keep your wits about you. Let me scroll down. Screenshots look interesting. It doesn't really say if it's multiplayer. Okay. Oh, right here. Yes. I don't know, bro. It's saying single player. I don't see multiplayer. Are you sure it's multiplayer? Xbox One, PC. Capabilities, single player, Xbox Live achievements, Xbox Play Anywhere. Yeah, I'm not seeing multiplayer. Are you sure, bro? I don't know, but I mean, technically it is a story game. All right, so we have that. And Jay, I'll let you pick one more, bro. All right, so we'll wait for one more, and then, yeah, you know what we do? Oh, well, thank you. Gears 5? Oh yeah, we never finished that, did we? Yo, I can actually play it on my Xbox without, like, the tiny little screen I've been playing on. Oh my gosh. Well, then while we're talking about that, I don't even know if I have that installed. Is it installed? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I do have it installed. Okay. All right. Because that's a pretty big game. I know I'm not going to have time to download it for PC. Okay, so that's installed, everything like that. All right, guys, so are we ready? You're into mobile hate. Without going AFK every 2 seconds, right? No, I don't. I could, but I don't have it in. Let me double check. Hold on. Windows 10. Let me go into store. Gears. Gears 5. I think because it's not, I don't have it installed. It's such a big game. 72 gigabytes. Holy mackerel. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to install that right now. But I got it for Xbox and it's crossplay, so it's all good. I died so much because you randomly left. Okay. Kind of playing a game with him on mobile. Right, yeah, unfortunately. Because usually when I'm out, I got things I gotta do. Or usually somebody comes and interrupts me. I have to take care of things. Yeah, it's a pretty huge game. It's okay, bro. It's crossplay, so it doesn't matter. Just like World War Z. I'm glad. I think that game is hard to play on the phone. It really is. Really is. All right, here we go, guys. We got that ready. All right, so I will allow. You can switch your vote if you guys want. Okay. I just feel like, do we have enough people to vote though? I think so. We should be fine. All right, let's get this up. I'm going to start it. Okay. Let's get this put on there real quick. Okay. We don't have that. Those are going to be the games right now. So right now we have Final Fantasy, Darksiders 3, The Beast Inside, One Leaves, and Gears 5. All right. So that being said, let's see my lovely little mouse cursor there. Okay. So let's go. Showtime. All right, you guys do your thing. Figure out what you guys want to play here. Thank you, Hipuma. Yeah, down below you should be able to see them all. I do have different links provided. Whatever it is that you use. So I mean, you know, if you're into like Twitter or something, absolutely. Okay, let's get these votes in, guys. All right, so you guys can switch your vote. If you decide that, you know, your vote's not going to win, you can switch it towards something else. You just re-vote again, and it's going to switch it for you guys, okay? What we can do to make it easier, actually, I should allow multiple votes for you guys, but I think maybe one vote is enough. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Why does that name sound familiar? That name sounds very familiar. Very familiar. Abby says, Kelso, isn't that that's like an account associated with you, correct? I had to think for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, time out. That sounds familiar. I remember that account name. Yeah, there we go. Now I remember. See, I remember because, like, you know, you're one of my regulars, so like that's why things like that I'm not gonna forget. You know, if I get somebody who only comes here like once a year and asks me, "Hey, you remember me?" I'm like, "No." That's a lot of days to forget you rather than trying to remember you. You know. Thank you, by the way. All right. So right now we have one vote for each, guys. We have Gears 5, Darksiders 3. And Final Fantasy 1. Do I remember you? I don't know, Zeus. Didn't you have a son named like Hercules or something that got like somehow lost into the world of the mortal realm? And
Dame tu cosita. Ay.
All right, let's do it. Let's go. 30 seconds left, guys. 30 seconds. 110 minutes to type. Oh, I have that set. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Give me a second. I think I could change that from here. That setting. Hold on. Shoot.
Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay. Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay. Dame tu cosita. Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
Oh gosh. No. Wait, what won? I don't even know what won. What the heck won? Let me check trick spot real quick. Hold on. What did trick spot say? That's really, Jay? Okay, let's see here. All right, so Final Fantasy IX. Is that what everybody agrees to? Seems like that's what's won in the votes. Okay, I gotta think about how I'm gonna play this. Probably. I gotta remember what episode we're on too. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna need a controller. Or maybe not necessarily. Okay, but give me a second because I have to grab. I gotta well, actually, hold on. Actually, I got the charger right here. So let me unplug this charger.
You're fired!
Okay, I got one of the charging cords right here. This one will connect me to the. I gotta go into my phone files here real quick. Give me a second. Ooh, where did I put it? I think it's on my SD card. So yeah. Okay. There. It's this one. Seriously? Are you talking about the Final Fantasy IX? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm ready to fight the boss, to be honest. Okay, guys, so bear with me. So what I'm going to do now is actually I need to get my save data so that way we're not like starting from disk 1 again. So 9, so it should. Heck? I don't get it. This 2, 2, 3, 1. Either way, I don't think it saves there anyway. Let me back out. I think it saves here. My memory card files. Right. We can finish it for sure. Bear with me here. Let me see. Here's save states. That might be too. How do I copy? This is acting weird. Hold on. Let me get out of game bar party chat. Why am I still in a party chat? I'm not. Why is it still? Weird. Okay, now it's working better. Okay. Plug in. This is complicated. Okay, no, actually, no, it's not. Right. Okay, so here, actually, I just come up twice. What the heck? Okay, cool. Yeah, this would let's hope that these don't interfere. Wait, why is it not Control S, Control A, Control S? What the? Control V. Just don't know what game saves these are, but I think we're just gonna replace them all. Screw it. What? It's 120. Wow, a lot of save states. Okay, perfect. All right, all my save states has been changed. Let's go into the mem card folder here, and blah 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 blah. We're gonna go ahead and take this and copy. Windows 10. Bear with me here. Okay, so only problem is, let me actually see if I have open game list. I have FF9 installed. Where did I put? I think it's in. I'm screwing everything up. Okay. Okay, we're almost done, guys. I am truly sorry for the long wait. My microphone sounds so clear. Nice. Yeah, but you know what's funny about copyright music is that even though it's copyrighted, it's non-copyright, it still can get flagged. You just gotta fight it, and it's just annoying. Half of the time, I don't even just put the music because of it. Did you see what they said when you joined the server? Wait, what? Okay, what did I miss? Jay, where the heck is my comment? I don't see it. Oh, these are all recent comments too. Where's mine? How do I just go to my comment? There's so much going on now. So did they DM you, or now I have to find out where? Jay, I completely lost it, bro. Oh wait, I think I just passed my Oh, here I am. Wow, I just clicked the wrong thing, bro. Where did I put it? I lost the server already. Wow. Oh, I think it's here. Right here. Play Together Studio. No, nothing, bro. Wait, what are you talking about? That a lot. What was I just doing? I completely forgot what I was doing here. Oh, I gotta go over here real quick. Okay, so go here, here, here. Oh, they haven't DM you yet? Okay, December for that game to join message. Oh, the join message just arrived. Seems OP. Please nerve. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Bro, you had me all excited. I was like, wait, what? I was looking at the wrong Discord. All right. Hold on. Why are some of them showing up like this? I don't get it. Why are now all the... Why is this gotta do this to me? Wow, it's all like duplicated. You know what? In all honesty, it's giving me a hard time. Give me a second, guys. I got an idea. We're gonna do this. An idea. Right. Game Prodigy, how you been, bro? What's going on? Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of being weird. We're gonna try to finish up here a little bit of Final Fantasy or whatever, but something happened. Something seriously happened here. I think it's 1X or LX. Which one is it? Oh, this one works. Okay. I need this. That's all we need. Out of 4? No. Should work. Is this the right Final Fantasy? All right. And just completely lost this. Nah, you're good, Kelso. That's okay. That's okay. My phone's being difficult. Like, I don't know why. It should have just been there for me. It's not letting me get it there for some weird reason. Okay, but we pretty much done here. Why did I just cancel out of it? Dummy. Okay, tricks. I gotta go back and find it. Okay. There, that goes there, and I can get here. Okay. There, okay. Boom, bada bang here. There. We're almost done here. Yeah, drag it here. Then we're gonna unzip it. Yeah. Okay, we're done. Alright. Just gonna close. Bam. And refresh this. Boom. It should pop up now. Should pop up now. Seriously, you're gonna make me look through the. Where did I put it? Oh, I could have even just went through my phone. Look at that. What do you know? All right, then we're gonna go here. Bam. Then here. Boom. Then here. Boom. Actually, we could just load that. Okay, we'll have it load there too. Why is it not working? You know what? Let me close this application. It's being weird. Yep. Wow. Yeah. Right. The car is getting jelly in the membrane. Okay, very weird indeed. Wow. Is that a potato? Oh my god. Something's not right here. I screwed something up. Don't want full screen. Oh my gosh, where did I just put it? It just disappeared on me, guys. It vanquished. I got it. Uh Not working. Why? Screwed up. We broke it, guys. Yep. We have broken it. Wow, we got 5 of the subs in the chat. Look at that. Thank you, guys. Ooh. Wow, okay.
What the deuce?
The deuce? Okay. I broke it. Okay. I broke it for sure. Oh, what the heck, man? Ooh. Yep. Something's not right.
You're fired!
You know what? Every time I'm about to update Windows, it just breaks everything, guys. Like everything. Would be what this is then. Let me just test something. Not saying we're gonna play this, guys. I just want to test something real quick. Yep. It is. I just want to see if this works. Wow, that was very loud. That was very, very loud. Wow. Wait, why do you think it's cursed, Kelso? Okay, so that works. So how come? Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, bro. It's so weird. That's very weird, bro. Oh, wait. Dum 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 dum. Yep, pretty much. And I don't want to start from the beginning, so that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Bear with me, I will figure it out, guys. So right now we're just gonna have to troubleshoot here a little bit. Could get something on for you guys. Like I feel bad. Like so that the other game worked no problem. It's just that one in particular I want to play. Of course, the one we want to play doesn't want to play, right? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna plug these bad boys in because I don't want them to die on me. See, I like rechargeable headphones. Problem is, they do degrade. Like over time, a lot of times the batteries inside go bad, but it doesn't matter. I got warranty now. I ain't gotta worry about a thing. When it goes bad, I trade it in. I think it's gonna cost me like $10 for each swap. So hey, better than spending a lot of money each time, you know? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo, 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 woo. Okay. What could be causing it? That's the question. We got running here. We'll try it again while we're loading it up. Technically, it should work. Technically, it should work. Yeah, I could read some of it. Not an expert, but enough. Keeps doing this. But why? How does it do that? Okay, I'm gonna try this. It seems like there were some missing things. I don't know why. But I hope this fixes the problem. See what happens. Okay. Okay. All right. Try this. This is annoying. Like, truly annoying. Alright, so this has got to be... Check something. It's weird. So it's being really weird. You know what? For now, let's do this. Worst comes to worst, I'll change it. So it looks like we're at the main menu and it's like that's what I see. Right. Yeah, I can't. It won't let me like get past that part. Alright, I think this is just this being weird. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I got an idea. Here, here. What? Seriously? Why? Okay. Fine, whatever. Let's do this one. We'll just do that. What? Really? Wow. We'll just do that one. Wow. Yep. I don't know, guys. I truly don't know. So you gotta be kidding me. Okay. This is actually closer. We go here real quick. Ran a little better that time. Sounds like there's some. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's too much. Why is it doing that? Let's check sound. I don't have the controller set up, really? Alright, so this one. That. I got it to kind of work, but it's doing the whole audio thingy. It's like all right, we're very close, guys. Yep, the audio's messed up. It feels like the game is like all right, let me close it entirely. I think I might know what's going on here. Give me a moment. This is the fun parts of troubleshooting. See, this is things I do before I go live half of the time. I make sure everything works. Try this. Right. Could just mute the gameplay. Just play it. Could do that. All right, let's see what happens here. I think I fixed it, guys. Bah! Ho, 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 ho. Jeez. Wow. Whew. Wow. Unbelievable. The things I gotta go through to get things to work around here. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. My game is here. Right, I finally did it. Unbelievable, dude. Man, that took forever. Okay. All right, hold on. Before things get too serious here, guys. Bear with me here. We're gonna get through this. I just want to make sure. I don't want it crashing halfway through. All right. So we got that going, right? All right. Right, that is very loud. Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust the settings. I'm sorry, guys. This is something new we're doing, so it's not really configured correctly, but we'll change that. Whatever the game decides to start up, that is. Yeah, I should be able to. What the heck? When was this? Oh, that was my save state. It works. Okay. Okay. The only problem is... You know what I'm gonna do? Whoa. Creepy. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. That's not gonna work. Try it again. I'll fix it, guys. We got it working though, right? At least we got it working, so it's always a good, that's a good sign. Um, dum bum bum dum bum bum bum. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt, man. Okay. Okay, so this one. All right, try it again. Oh yeah. All right, so far so good, right? I don't like It's weird playing this on a bigger screen now. It's better on my phone than my computer. Crazy. That is crazy. Windows 10 can't play this game, but my Android can. What is going on with that? All right, I got an idea. I need to fix this because this is not gonna work. I mean, this game always did have like an OpenGL issue in the first place, so I don't think it matters where you go about with that. So I'm gonna change that to this, okay, and then so we're not gonna have a choice with that one. All right, 60 FPS is enough. We don't want to go over that. All right, this should work hopefully, right? See what happens. Are you serious? I can't. Works this way. But I don't know about the text though. The text looks all, well, I guess it's original, right? That's how it would normally look anyway. Okay. Why does it look better in here, but not for me? What the heck? It looks good. You guys see it better than I do. Oh well. Alright, well, you know what? It works, right? The game is loud as heck. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I could, okay. All right, well, let's see. Let's see what happens here. Premium resolution, because we got the black borders, right? Okay. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get rid of those. So what we'll do... We'll try this. I just hope it doesn't break it. Why is this so expensive? I mean, in all honesty, though, Zeus, you can play it on your Game Pass, bro. It's gonna be expensive now. It's getting popular again. All right, let's see. Well, now it wants to work. Got some black borders on the top and bottom, but I can fix that probably. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, you don't have Game Pass? Yeah, it's your best bet. If not, it's a pretty big game. It's a one-time fee and you get all the DLC. You know what I'm thinking? Hold on a second. me try one thing real quick, guys. Some weird reason. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, the Minecraft prices, I believe it. I definitely believe it went up. Yeah. You gotta catch like those kind of games when they're on sale. Yeah, I don't know, guys. This is what it looks like now, but I gotta fix it because this is not... It looks crazy. Whoa. We go with this again.